Hello, everyone. Very bad day today and yesterday. As I'm sure all of you were. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in the middle of a speaking engagement on stage at a college campus. And it was all caught on camera. It was completely horrific. The Originally, the police arrested an older guy that they thought was the shooter, and then they realized he wasn't. Though I believe they're still holding him, claiming that he did something to stop the police or get in the police's way. And now they have currently released a person of interest, a photo person of interest that they are looking for. So as of right now, the shooter is still out there somewhere.
Yeah, I pinned a message in the chat with a link to the tweet, the FBI tweet with pictures of the guy. So
Yeah,
you can
there's
click
a
there if
picture
you
up
want to see
there.
a picture and
Yeah.
help find him.
Now, um, I'm not going to name this person because obviously this is all speculative, but the internet sleuths have found a person who does live in Utah who looks sort of like the picture. It's hard to tell. Obviously, it's not the greatest picture the FBI put out there. Who looks sort of like the picture, and they found that they had a SoundCloud, and in that SoundCloud they had a song. It was just an instrumental, but it was a song that says Charlie Kirk dead at 31. That was uploaded about a month ago, and
Wow.
on their SoundCloud, they have a lot of other very red flaggy sort of songs that you would look at and you think, okay, this looks like a person who you could expect to do some sort of violent action. So again, I'm not going to name them because maybe it's not the person, but we'll find out because obviously the FBI is going to go look into this person.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah. And then another thing to put out here right in the beginning, as JMac said, forewarning, mods will not be tolerating any calls to or glorifying violence in the chat today, regardless of its purpose or political direction. You will not be given further warning and will be banned. And yes, that's 100% true. I don't want anyone in this chat, in our audience, to be advocating for violence for any direction whatsoever, and you will get banned if you do that.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for the message.
Yes. So, uh, okay. So where do you want to start with this? Because this is obviously a very dark, serious topic to cover today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I saw Asmongold had put out a video I thought we could watch.
Hmm.
I've done some tweets since it happened. I mean, yesterday. I mean, it's difficult because the guy was like 31 years old. He's got a wife, he's got a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. And I can't,
Yeah,
I empathize with that. Like, mommy's got to go tell the 4-year-old daddy's gone. Like, that's fucked up.
of
That is
course.
completely fucked up. Yes. And I know, look, a lot of people, I think the instinct on the right, like a lot of people, they want to go and say, oh, these fucking heartless cowards, they have no empathy for the guy. You know, they're celebrating, they're laughing, they're screaming. I I I mean, I don't blame these people as much as I blame the people who fucking brainwashed them. These people
Hmm.
believe that Charlie Kirk is the second coming of Hitler. And I mean, in all honesty, this is a proper response to the second coming of Hitler. This is. So, I mean,
Right.
I blame a culture that allows people to demonize an innocent man systematically to the point where some useful idiot buys a gun and thinks they're blowing away Hitler.
Right.
So
Right.
the people celebrating, they're fucking delusional. They're useful idiots. They're fools. They're fools.
Hmm.
But none of us would have any empathy whatsoever if Hitler got his head blown off. Because that's the proper response. That's the proper response. So I constantly say this and look for it's happened before the election. It drives me insane because the left gets it. Like I talked a little bit before the stream about the groomer thing. They understood when conservatives wanted to go out there and call them groomers, that this turned them into a target, right? Obviously, pedophiles are a target by society, right? They were like,
Right.
you're going to cause stochastic terrorism. You're going to get people killed. They understand it, right?
Hmm.
But at the same time, they will go around willy nilly calling everybody fascist, calling everybody fucking Nazi, calling everybody racist. And they just, it's like they're the biggest fucking hypocrites in the world, right?
Hmm.
They want to protect every stereotype for trans people, for black people, for any marginalized person. But then at the same time, they want to create a stereotype that turns people like Charlie Kirk into a fucking target.
Right.
So,
Right.
I mean, it fucking drives me crazy. It drives me fucking crazy. So I don't know what to do. I don't know how to turn the culture around. I don't know. There's just, we are swimming. And this is why I thought Asmongold's video was great. Look, I disagree with a lot in Asmongold's video, because Asmongold is basically saying like violence cannot be avoided at this point. I like to think violence could be avoided at this point and we can settle this peacefully and politically. Um,
Hmm.
but we have to do something about, we're swimming in fucking crazy people. We're swimming
Yeah.
in crazy people. And we have to do something to deprogram those people, or take them off the streets, take them off the board. So,
Hmm.
I mean, that's a huge problem. Look, and I asked Sitch a little bit before the stream, like, how do we deal with that? So maybe a conversation about that is in order. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, there's two things I guess I want to say in response to that. The first is, uh-oh. So in my building, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know why, there's like an alarm system that randomly went off like 40
Like a
minutes ago.
fire alarm.
Yeah, it's like a
Are you
fire
being
alarm.
evacuated during the stream?
Yeah.
This is
Well,
very
I'm just letting you know,
inappropriate timing.
like there's a speaker and it's not even the fire alarm. It was just like this horrible like sound.
None of it's going off on
Well,
stream.
no, hold
So
on, it hasn't started yet. But
okay.
it went off randomly and it's so loud that I won't be able to stream it. You'll hear it if it comes on again. It went off like 20 minutes before the stream started, but I now hear it going on again in another part of the building. So
Okay.
it's possible that we'll have to pause the stream. But anyway, just letting you know that. So
People have been coming after me for probably a year now because of this. I mean, when we did the stream with Destiny, where I brought up the stereotype, the
right.
fucking greedy, cruel, racist stereotype of Republicans that Destiny is promoting, all of these people are promoting. Obviously, he denied it in that live stream, but look, look, everyone is fine promoting that stereotype, and I don't know how to change that.
Yeah, well, and I put a tweet about this because I think it's sort of indicative of where we're at, which is, Ezra Klein, who I don't really like that much. So I'm, pleasantly surprised to see his response to this. He put out a post where he said, "It's ghoulish to mock or justify the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Rising political violence is a horror of our time. Unchecked, it will lead to catastrophes none of us want to imagine. Deeply hoping he pulls through." This was before he was announced dead. "We are all people. Whatever we believe, that has to come first." And then he wrote an op-ed for the New York Times that said the title is "Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way." And he kind of goes on about how, even though he disagreed with Charlie Kirk, he was going around to college campuses persuading people, with words and creating this political machine through the correct political cross process. He wasn't using violence.
It
Right.
just
So,
I just want to say, obviously, if you perceive of him as Hitler, that sounds terrifying.
right. I understand
He's
that. I
going
understand that.
around persuading people the same way Hitler persuaded
Right.
people.
Right. Though to be clear, obviously Ezra's not saying any of that in his article.
As Ezra is not,
Yeah.
but look,
Right.
I'm just making my argument that the
You're
stereotype
correct.
is fucking driving the ship here. That is the
Mm,
problem.
right. And that's why it's so stereotypes that we were talking about, stereotype threat is so dangerous, which is something that we've both talked about for years on this channel. Um, but so in response to Ezra Klein's article, Brianna Joy Gray posted on X, "Seriously, does Ezra Klein have no one in his life, no editor, no friend to tell him not to publish this? If you're black or trans or an immigrant or Arab or a woman, how can you read a word Ezra without thinking this is a guy who excused extreme violence and bigotry against me as secondary to checks, notes, belief in the continued possibility of American politics?" So,
That's
uh,
see,
yeah, which is
she is
exactly,
insane.
but that's exactly what you're kind of talking about. And I bring this up because the way to look about this, and I guess maybe I'll just read my post because I think I laid it out uh, pretty decently. I said, I like what Ezra said about this, but now is the time for non-psychos on the left to directly call out, name, criticize, and expunge from the movement the psycho alt-left radical types like Brianna Joy Gray. I've seen a large amount of left-wing commentators speak out against the horror of Charlie Kirk's murder. I'm glad to see that they have humanity and decency. However, a lot of the replies and comments to them by people in their audience are violent and unhinged, either supporting the murder or hand waving it away. Denouncing the murder and not addressing the radicals in your audience is not enough. There needs to be a direct campaign by political commentators to shame and purge the extremists out of their own spheres and to stop the extreme us versus them, good versus evil rhetoric that they have been cultivating. This needs to be a wake up call to the widespread radicalization process that has been happening online. And that, to answer your question, is how do we pull out of this? Where do we go out of this? That's the answer. That's the only way that I see is that there needs to be this. And I mean, I know it's, maybe somewhat of a long shot, but I could be somewhat optimistic. There needs to be this sort of eye-opening process, the fact that, okay, from a lot of people, especially people on the left, to say, okay, we've been cultivating through our rhetoric, either wittingly or unwittingly, an audience that is completely radicalized and could very easily go out there and contribute to stochastic terrorism. And the only way this is going to stop is if we stop this, crazy rhetoric. And if we can disagree with each other in politics without going to everyone's Hitler, everyone's a Nazi, fascism, et cetera, et cetera. And to the people that continue that rhetoric need to be called out, shamed, expunged from the movement, not allied with, just because you think that they're useful allies in this current political time period.
Yeah, in the next election.
Yeah, because the way that this all works, and unfortunately, the way that it seems like it's always worked, is you have a political situation where everyone's getting ratcheted up and everyone starts using very demonic incendiary rhetoric. Use groomer as like the perfect example. Is people use very extreme rhetoric on both sides at each other that it's easy to see how someone does a stochastic terrorism from these comments. And then what happens is eventually someone's going to go and do that stochastic terrorism. They're going to go do that act. And then the one side says, oh, look, we've been completely demonized. And the other side, that proves that we were saying all along that this side is demons. And then the things just kind of ratchet up, ratchet up, ratchet up, and can spin out of control unless you have people actually become adults in the room and say, okay, we need to stop this. We need to go back to the idea that we're all Americans at the end of the day. We do believe in democracy. We do believe in free speech, and we do believe solving our differences with elections and not violence.
Yeah, I've seen a message going around on the right that the right is nonviolent and it's the left that are all the psycho violent crazies. And I
Mm-hmm.
really, I hope, I hope that ends up being true in the end and that
Right.
there is no sort of retaliatory violence. Right now, obviously, the right has the White House and they have Congress. So if there is some sort of swift political action that is satisfying, maybe it prevents that. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just I do like to see that. I mean, obviously, we have this back and forth with the people on the right in our audience, where a lot of them they want to deny there's any sort of racism on the right or there's any sort of violence on the right. At this moment, I think maybe a little denial of that is probably a good thing because I want that I want them to embody that and for that to ultimately be true.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like I'm mentioning this on Twitter and I'm trying to chill people out, and you've got people on the left coming out with long lists of all the things the right has done that are violent. And I keep thinking, okay, we're just in this useful idiot fucking cycle where it's going to be tit for tat and we're going to descend into violence, which I mean, obviously, I think JFK and Martin Luther King were like huge turning points in the civil rights movement. But
Hmm.
ultimately, the civil rights movement was settled politically. So
Right.
the if we can settle it politically, I don't. It seems like there's a stable end. What is a stable end for uh, ret, uh, retribution and violence if we start going down that path?
Like the difficulty compared to like the civil rights movement is there's not, I don't think there's a, it's not like there's a piece of legislation I think that can be passed that would fix whatever is going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's more uh ephemeral, maybe. It's more just like the rhetoric, the way in which people are talking with each other. Now, I think it would definitely help if X and YouTube and Twitch and Blue Sky definitely, which the amount of people celebrating this got so out of control in Blue Sky that they actually said they were going to start banning people for advocating for this shit. Is that these platforms I think do need to be a lot harsher on people that are doing these calls for violence and things like that of that nature, and not just let this stuff go by.
People, I do think people are unhappy. Obviously, the left and the right are both turning to different reasons why people are unhappy, but they seem to both believe
Hmm.
that there is a situation where people are unhappy, and obviously unhappy people are more likely to turn to violence.
Of
So,
course, yeah,
especially political violence.
of course, yeah. And they're saying that the FBI released information that said that the gun that they found, I don't know if they released the specifics. I didn't see it, but they just said that the gun that they found that they thought was the shooter's had some kind of, uh, pro-trans, anti-fascist rhetoric scrawled onto the cartridges, similarly to the person that shot up the Catholic
Yeah, of
school or
course he
something.
wants credit. He thinks he killed the second coming of Hitler. He wants the
Right,
status that goes along with it. That's why he planned the
right.
thing, especially if it's true what's happening on the SoundCloud account.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. He's that that that,
Um,
that is another huge problem is there's a bunch of people out there who are celebrating this and giving status, incentivizing people to do stuff like this so that they can be famous and gain status from it. So
yeah.
the culture needs to change in order for that to not be a reality.
What I would say to the right at the moment, especially the internet right specifically, is I understand the skepticism that you have when someone like Ezra or Stephen Colbert or a lot of people on the left who are denouncing the violence to not trust them because the argument is, which I think is correct, is you were all using rhetoric that was hyperbolizing the evil level of Charlie Kirk and people like Charlie Kirk, and you don't get to act surprised that some violence actually occurred. And I understand, and I think that's true. And that's true. But
100% true.
yeah. But the way that I would say is don't just accept the solution to that is not just don't accept it blindly. Their words is to say, okay, we will accept your words if you actually change. You do need to change. You do need to stop this rhetoric. You do need to expunge the radicals from your audience. I think that's the correct way to respond to it. I don't think the correct way to respond to it is to say, um, fuck you. Now it's our turn for revenge and there will be blood in the streets and all this other shit. Because not only is that obviously incredibly immoral, but I really think that if whoever kind of goes to mass violence first, I do think is going to lose from a completely self-interested perspective. If you're in one of these sides, whichever side goes to mass violence first is going to lose the argument because the normies out there don't want this. They don't want violence, and they're not part of this internet ecosystem where everyone's becoming more and more hyper radicalized. And so you can't let the anger just completely dominate your mind so that you're going to become self-destructive.
Yeah. Let's hope.
Yeah.
So we get.
It's,
Go
I
ahead.
was watching people's reactions to the shooting, like when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
I was very pleasantly surprised. Now, I only watched like a lot of people's immediate reactions, so I don't know. Maybe people became unhinged later, but I was very pleasantly surprised to see Kyle Kalinski's immediate reaction was very empathetic to Charlie Kirk. He brought up that he has a wife and a child, and that how horrible it was, and that Charlie Kirk was very nice to him personally behind the scenes, and how this was like a very completely uh psychotic situation. And I was like, wow, I was very surprised to see that from Kyle, because I do think Kyle in his rhetoric is definitely contributed to this because of
Yeah, I agree.
how like fiery that he gets. And I was very disturbed to see, after I thought Kyle put out a very good video empathizing with the situation, is I go in his comment section, and it's like, a lot of people who are just very pro violence. A lot of people is very pro violence. Same thing with David Pakman. David Pakman put out a video initially, denouncing it, and same thing. The comments were very completely unhinged, and that's why these creators do have to have a come to Jesus moment, a come to terms moment, where they realize that their rhetoric is just radicalizing everyone, and if they actually mean what they're saying about not using violence and for us to, engage in the political process, then they need to acknowledge and realize their participation in this, even if they're, unwittingly, their participation in helping cultivate this environment. That's the only way that this is, I think, going to get better.
Yeah, they have to change that situation.
Yes.
Are they going to do it? I
Well,
mean, they.
I don't know. It's very interesting because I see a lot of anonymous people on the left, like on Twitter, or a lot of even large left wing Twitter accounts who don't have like channels or anything. They're not like public speakers, who are cheering this on. And I see a lot of TikTokers on the left that are cheering this on. But almost all, not all, but almost all of like the big left wing commentary channels who are basically like left wing versions, even if to a lesser extent, as Charlie Kirk, they seem to be mostly against this. And I think an element to that is their own self-preservation instinct, because they understand that if you start putting a target on the right-wing version of themselves, then you're putting a target on the left-wing version of them.
Yeah,
And so,
definitely.
maybe I would hope that even just from a kind of an own selfish perspective, that a lot of the left-wing commentators who are worried about their own safety would maybe be able to start to see why that they should tamp down on this for their own safety, for their own protection. Like, well, here, what were you gonna say?
Well, it just that's another huge aspect of this is this completely changes everything as far as this format goes, right?
Right,
Uh,
right.
speaking publicly in front of a crowd as some sort of content creator, that just got a little harder to do today. I mean, a lot harder to do today, right?
Of
I
course.
doubt Kyle Kalinske is eager to go out and stand in front of college students at a university today, right?
Of course. Yeah. Of
Yeah.
course. Of course. And that was, it's interesting because I watched like the first 30 minutes or so of Hassan's reaction to the shooting, because he was live when it happened. And he seemed visibly distraught. He saw the video, because
Yeah, I
usually
saw
you
it
don't
too.
see, yeah, usually you don't see like a close up video of someone dying, the way that exists because everyone was filming this. And he did seem very visibly emotionally distraught by seeing him dead or killed, and how he was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk in a couple weeks on
Yep.
stage somewhere else. And there was an interesting thing that someone asked him, which he had a very bad answer to, or a very incompetent answer to, which is, because obviously a lot of people in this chat were very pro
Oh
the whole
yeah, they were
situation.
unhinged.
Yeah,
Completely
yeah,
unhinged.
right. Even though, I mean, I don't know if he said later, but at least the part I saw with Hassani was not supporting, the violence, which, small, small things that you can get, even though Hassan has definitely supported violence in the past in many occasions, as we all know, and we've covered on this channel. But someone in this chat asked him this question, which I hope echoes in Hassan's mind. I'm not confident it will, but I hope echoes in Hassan's mind, which is, someone in his chat asked him, why is it okay to celebrate what Luigi Mangione did, killing the United Healthcare CEO, but not okay to celebrate what happened to Charlie Kirk? And
Wow. Wow.
that should be like a really powerful question, I think, to the people on the left, because that is a good question.
Yeah, it
How can,
is.
like, you can't act surprised that your own audience would cheer for this when you were cheering for it just because it wasn't affecting you, because it was, obviously these people are not CEOs, so they didn't, they didn't care, right?
Of course.
They didn't have any self-interest in worrying that the, violence against CEOs was going to somehow turn against them. And I do hope that for some of these commentators on the left, that question rattles in their mind and they understand, okay, wait a minute, I was contributing to this violence. I same thing I think for with Bill Burr. Like I don't know if I don't believe he's commented on this yet, but I do believe that Bill Burr and all these people that were cheering on Luigi is just, it's building this, it's so obvious. It's like that scene from Fight Club where, he's like, you were running around with masks blowing stuff up and you're surprised you got shot. Like, duh. It's like, yeah, you're running around telling people that, these people are evil and want to destroy you, and then you act surprised when some stochastic terrorism happens. Like, it should be the most obvious thing on the planet.
What was his response? What was Hassan's response? I didn't see this part of the stream.
It was not a, it just,
Cognitive
I don't
dissonance
remember it.
immediately. And then
Yeah, I
he's
don't
like,
remember
okay, I
it.
got to think of an excuse here.
I don't remember it well enough to give you the blow by blow, but it was not, the answer was not anything indicative
Self
of showing
reflection.
that there was a moment of self-reflection or
Yeah.
awareness of really what was going on there. But
I mean, we're in a pretty crazy place today, and it's crazy that today is like September 11th as well. So, and
yeah.
the 24th anniversary of September 11th. So, in the
Well,
wake of that terrible tragedy.
there's another thing too that I think really needs to be done. And actually, if there was the political will to do this, I do think Trump could do it because it's Trump, and also because, well, I don't know actually, because Elon and Trump obviously had a very bad falling out now that I think about it. But I do think a big issue is we do need to purge all of these bots, especially foreign bots and foreign actors, whether it's governments or not, that are just feasting and helping exacerbate the calls to violence. Because like if I see a post on X where, there's a post that's saying, hey, it's a good thing that Charlie Kirk died. It's got like 100,000 likes. And then I see a post on X that's like, hey, the Jews really were behind killing Charlie Kirk. And it's got 100,000 likes. I look at that and I'm like, okay, how much of that is that like real? Or is there really that many unhinged people in X?
Or it's
Is
a
X
bot.
really just,
Yeah.
yeah, become this like cesspool of like insanity
Deception. Yeah.
and deception? Or is a huge amount of this just bad actors, bots, foreign bots just trying to rile us all up? I don't know. I mean, it's also weird because the story that would be probably the biggest story of the day, which is not really being focused on because of the Charlie Kirk being murdered, is that Russia attacked Poland, or they tested attacking Poland, a NATO country, by
Yeah.
sending, a bunch of drones into Poland, which didn't, I don't believe, like caused really damage or killed anybody, but they were just kind of there to
Well, it
see what
did
the response
activate
was.
a NATO response. The NATO just
Right.
shut down the fucking. And look, everybody's been arguing over whether or not Putin would even go into Poland, and now he fucking did. He fucking
Yes.
did.
Yes. And now I don't think there were some people that were speculating. They think that there was some sort of that this was a foreign actor that shot Charlie Kirk. I mean, unless they catch the guy and there's evidence of that, I don't think that's the case. I think he's probably just some fucking, crazy Antifa person. But I do think that, when Russia does this, attacks Poland or probes Poland to see what the NATO response is, and then this Charlie Kirk situation happens where he's murdered, obviously they're going to be like rubbing their hands together and get the bots out to upvote the incendiary rhetoric on both sides as much as humanly possible.
Yeah. Oh man, that is the problem. That is the problem. It's just it's so easy for people online to be fucking horrible, detestable people.
Mm-hmm.
And people to want that, to crave that attention from those horrible, fucking detestable people.
Yeah,
The culture's just in such a massive hole right now.
it is. It is. Yeah, now we can pray that the the sacrifice and the murder of Charlie Kirk, maybe opens some people's eyes up to this, situation and can lead to, maybe something positive at the end of the day. There was a clip that was going around that was really crazy. I'm sure you saw it. There was an MSNBC clip where there was
Oh
some
yeah, yeah, yeah. They
commentator.
fired that guy immediately,
Right,
which
that's what I was
thank
gonna say. Yeah.
goodness. They should have took
There
him out
was
for a public flogging.
there was some MSNBC commentator who made this like completely unhinged comment very shortly after it was announced that he was shot, where he said both that like he was kind of like blaming Charlie Kirk's rhetoric, saying like, oh, you say hateful rhetoric and then hateful things happen, you shouldn't be surprised. And then he also said something that was even more like just stupid, which is, oh, we don't know if someone was like shooting a gun in support of Charlie Kirk. Just like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, this is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. And MSNBC fired him very, very quickly, which, at least that's a good sign.
Well, I have seen a bunch of people coming out and being against anyone just thinking this is obviously some sort of leftist violence. They're like, we don't know yet. And whenever I see that, I think, okay, well, those people are on the left and they're hoping against hope that this guy is some crazed fan or
Of course. Of course. Yeah.
someone who is some obsessed stalker of Charlie Kirk, right?
Right, right.
They
Yeah.
don't want this blood on their hands. But
Right.
so much of it is also the response, regardless of whether or not it was some crazed lunatic, right?
Of course.
The response to it is completely unacceptable culturally. So, and the look also the amount of whataboutism going on with, oh, the right would respond this way as well.
Hmm. Right.
I mean, I do think the right is obviously there are good people on the right, there are good people on the left. Those good people who abhor violence and do not want to see it are going to not want to believe their side is participating in this violence. But I think you have to be clear-eyed about it. Like if this had happened to anyone on the left, there would be an element on the right who are doing the exact same thing in a fucking disgusting way.
Hmm.
Okay. You would hope that it's not any content creators, but they have the same motivations, right? Obviously, they're thinking, well, I am a legitimate target too, so I want to like
Right, right.
downplay this. But I just we need to turn down the temperature. Like everyone needs to stop celebrating this kind of fucking shit. It's the
Definitely.
celebrating it that's incentivizing it.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're right. Definitely. It definitely is. And we need to, so I'm saying people need to take personal responsibility to change their behavior on this, especially on the left at the moment.
There was a conversation because I tweeted out that a lot of blame goes to MSNBC and CNN.
Hmm.
I think obviously CNN having commentators for 4 years on their channel saying Trump praised neo Nazis every single day.
Hmm.
I think completely put this stereotype out there that all Trump supporters are fascist supporters. Like they don't necessarily know the truth. So I mean, I do blame MSNBC and CNN a lot, specifically for that situation,
Right.
continually hitting that beat over and over again and convincing a large portion of Americans that Trump is actually a fascist and fucking loves neo Nazis and all his
Hmm.
supporters are neo Nazis. But other people said, obviously, streamers are somewhat culpable because they're also creating this stereotype and saying unhinged things and kind of perpetuating it. I don't, it's difficult to say that they're fully responsible if they're getting if they're feeling like the mainstream media is signing off on this kind of rhetoric, I think it's I think it's the mainstream media is more culpable than the streamers. Although the streamers do have some
Well,
culpability. Do you have thoughts on
right.
that?
I don't know. It's weird because I think the current situation that happens with internet politics is it seems like so many people come to internet politics or come to streamers to hear more extreme things than what's being said on the mainstream.
Right.
And then it's almost like I wonder if the mainstream then seeing that they're losing their audience share to the internet is like, oh, well, we need to be more extreme to get them back. And
Right.
it's sort of like this weird kind of self-perpetuating cycle that keeps ratcheting itself up more and more and more and more.
Can changes to legislation around the media repair this situation? They had something called the Fairness Doctrine. I don't
Mhm.
think it exists anymore at one time, where media channels were required to give equal time to both left and right, which does send the perception that both of these opinions are reputable opinions. And I think part of the problem now is you have so many people who just they see the world in black and white. There are the reputable opinions of the Democrats and there are the fucking disgusting, reprehensible opinions of the conservatives, or vice versa, right? Obviously, there's a partisan situation going on here. So I think the fairness doctrine did give people some idea that these were both credible opinions.
Mhm. Yeah, I think the Fairness Doctrine, which I believe kind of went away under Reagan actually in the 80s. Um, I don't know, maybe someone in the chat knows. I don't know if that applied only to network television. I wouldn't
I
be
think it
surprised if it,
did, but
yeah,
obviously
it
we're
didn't
talking
apply
about a
to,
reputability issue. This
right,
this is
because
an
it
go
didn't
ahead.
apply to cable or, and it wouldn't apply to like the internet or anything like that.
See this is a thing. So obviously there's a bunch of streamers who have caustic rhetoric that they use over and over again. Completely I mean, they're borderline advocating for violence, right? A lot of times they word things so there's some sort of plausible deniability, but it's clear that they're advocating for some sort of political violence. I do think the thing that emboldens them to do that is CNN going on day after day and saying basically Trump is a fascist, that
Mhm.
Trump praised neo Nazis. We all know
Right.
Trump praised neo Nazis. Trump
Right.
praised neo Nazis. Obviously, he's a neo Nazi. I mean, that gives them the green light to do this. I don't, in a world where CNN doesn't do the Charlottesville thing, the Charlottesville hoax, I'm not sure that they can go out there and make that argument that everyone's a fascist credibly. Maybe they can. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
Well, again, like with this specific shooter, obviously we'd have to wait to see, when they get arrested and what they were uh, listening to. Because as I said, I think the internet is a lot more radical than CNN for all CNN's flaws or MSNBC's flaws and all this other stuff. And so, I like a lot of people, they turn away from the mainstream because it's not radical enough, regardless
right,
of what they're
right.
saying about Charlottesville or any other stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if you find out this person consumed all sorts of very extreme content
Oh yeah, look,
about,
I'm not going to
Charlie
be
Kirk
surprised at
being,
all.
Hitler and genociding the trans kids and all this other, stuff that kind of gets thrown around really by everybody in regards to the political climate at the moment.
Right. This is like the second giant story this week too,
Mhm.
which is kind of crazy. Our stream that we did on Tuesday was obviously about the Ukrainian woman who was stabbed to death on the train.
Right.
And we opened that story with a clip from CNN who was basically Van Jones was demonizing Charlie Kirk in that clip over
Because Charlie
talking
Kirk said the guy was, perpetuating a hate crime.
uh
Right. And that's what Van Jones was like, well, how do you know that? Like, there's no
right,
evidence for
yeah.
that. Obviously he was unaware or just, being very dishonest about the fact that, on video, the guy was saying, I got the white woman. So, and obviously the hypocrisy, which is that, with George Floyd, everyone, or not obviously not everyone, but a lot of people on the left were very automatically in the assumption camp that, Derek Chauvin was doing this for racist reasons, or whenever, a white person killed a black person, the automatic assumption it was race related.
Right. Yes. But in
I,
doing that, he was perpetuating the stereotype that all Republicans are racist, cruel
yes,
bigots, and Charlie Kirk is the king of them, and
right,
very influential in creating those racist bigots. So I mean, it's just CNN.
right. Now, I don't know if Van Jones has responded to
Spoken?
to
Oh,
this
no,
about
he's talked to his
anything,
attorney. I'm sure he's
right?
talking to an attorney today because
To
he's like, the Charlie Kirk estate is going to be suing me pretty quickly here.
right, or to just to acknowledge that, maybe he had some part in helping cultivate these sorts of attitudes. So,
Well, like you said, they're going to have to take some responsibility, which I think is probably the furthest thing from happening.
yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for them to do it just
They
because they're going to point to the whataboutism
well,
angle, which is
and
not,
they're
I mean, like, is bullshit in terms of why you shouldn't take responsibility. But there obviously are a lot of unhinged people on the right too. And so they're just going to point to that as an excuse, essentially, to not, calm things down.
yeah, they are completely brainwashed about the right being all racists. So they're not they're monomaniacally focused on that threat. They're not going to turn
Well,
away from that
I
threat
don't
at
even
all.
know. That's true, but I don't even know if that's the motivating factor. I feel like so much of the motivating factor is just people get so emotional about defending their team identity when their team is being attacked by the enemy team. And it's just, and I've seen this happen with so many people. I'll be talking to them, friends, family members, and it's like there's just like all the free will drains away when they're being attacked by what they perceive as like the enemy team. They just cannot engage rationally, objectively, whatsoever. So that's, I mean, that's to me is the big holdup for people really acknowledging their role in all this. And I do think, I mean, I am somewhat pessimistic about this. I do think that there is going to be, violent attacks in the idea of retribution on people on the left, in the coming future. I do think that stuff like that's going to happen.
There's a
So,
lot of people on the right though that just they want to deny that there's any sort of violence on the right.
yes.
So those people should I want those people to prevail. Obviously, if someone on the right does attack someone on the left and we get into the retribution cycle,
Hmm.
um, they can't say that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's very hard. I did watch Jank's response on this, and I thought it was good that he kept saying, we are on the left, we're a movement of peace, and that if you're not in favor of peace, you're not on the left. So he's already kind of trying to distance himself from those violent radicals that want to advocate for violence. I was super disappointed in John Idarola's response because he just and look, this is a lot of people on the left. Their
Hmm.
response is, "Oh, this was completely terrible." And then they just go into like this is how they're going to use this to continue their fascist takeover of America, which is that's the problem right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the problem right there.
Right.
I mean, these are the appropriate steps that you take when someone is doing a fascist takeover of America.
Hmm.
Yeah. So you're
Yeah.
basically rationalizing and making excuses for the killers at the same time that you're saying, "Oh, this is terrible."
Yeah.
You can't denounce it out of one side of your mouth and then encourage it out of the other side of your mouth.
Yeah. And that's it. Yeah, and that's exactly why I said what I said because I agree with you. Like I saw Cenk's response, which I thought was a good response in terms of denouncing the murder and calling out. He directly said, I saw it on X. He had some response that was like saying how fucked up it was, and then someone responded to him saying it was good, and he said, "Fuck you, you're like a piece of shit," right? Very
Yeah,
directly, which is great. And I really like that, and I really wish everyone on the left had that attitude. But as I said, I do think that Cenk and everyone who's participated in this needs to have that
atonement.
self-reflection. Yeah, and to be like, okay, we can't just be so crazed when we have these conversations where we call these people Nazis or demons or just really ratchet up this insane level of rage and anger because then it's everyone just standing around increasing the temperature and very surprised when the fire breaks out. You keep throwing wood in the flame. Everyone's throwing wood in the flame. They're like, oh, who could have expected that a spark would fly out of the flame and catch everything on fire as we were all
Yeah.
kept adding fuel and fuel and fuel. It's like, obviously, that's what's going to happen.
Well, obviously, I think Anna's been a huge influence on Jank, and I do think Jank has done a lot to dial back his rhetoric. Although I do, obviously, I see plenty of slip ups, but he has had this philosophy that you have to be able to go out and have a beer with your ideological opponents, which is a step in the right direction. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know if I don't think it's a good idea to go through and just like kind of critique everybody's response. I think
No,
we're
no,
gonna.
not at all. Not
I
at all.
have
Yeah.
seen plenty of completely crazy, unhinged responses. Seen plenty of people who are trying to respond and fucking failing miserably. I've seen the gamut. So I just obviously how this plays out is out of all of our hands to some
Mm-hmm.
extent because we're all in this kind of prisoner's dilemma where we don't know how other parties are going to react. We
Right.
look, I do think obviously Sitch's suggestions about the left calling out their own and kind of trying to distance themselves from the violent rhetoric is a step in the right direction. And if you can participate in trying to do that, that would be a good project for each of us.
There
Ultimately, we
needs to
don't know
be.
what people are out there planning.
I think the left definitely needs to signal to at least the sensible people on the right that there are sensible people on the left that are willing to try to move forward in a positive direction.
So I also saw, obviously I saw AOC's response to this and I saw a bunch of the politicians' response to this
Mm-hmm.
and them immediately pivoting to gun control and completely denying the fact that their violent rhetoric played a role in this is just not helpful at all. So
Yeah.
that does not give me hope.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, people pivoting the gun control, or people on the left pivoting the gun control, which is a common, you know, thing. People, if it's a left wing shooter, they say gun control. If it's a right wing shooter, the right wing says mental health, right? This sort of everyone has their little pivot points because they don't want to talk about the ideology going on here. Especially when with this shooter, I mean, you don't really know how he got a gun. If it was a bolt action rifle, it's not even generally something that, you know, would even be controlled in most gun control situations. So, for people to be immediately jumping on the legal solution to this when they don't even really know what happened, we don't know what happened, is ridiculous, obviously, and would distract, I think, from the real issue, which is the insane amount of rhetoric that is being spread online.
I mean,
But
Rush Limbaugh did a lot of demonizing of the left,
of
constantly
course,
demonizing of the
that was
left.
his entire career.
Yeah, exactly. But does
Yeah.
does that exist on the right in the same way there is a cottage industry and demonizing conservatives on social media and in the media?
Yeah. Well, it depends on where you're looking. Because obviously, if you talk about like the far right, then we all would, I think we'd all agree. Yes. When you talk about like
Yeah,
the
but
white nationalists and all
the
stuff.
reason I
Right.
bring up Rush Limbaugh was just because
I know he's
he
not
was huge. He was
right.
huge,
Right.
and was influential. So when you're talking about, sure, look, Elijah Schaefer goes out there and demonizes the left, and
Sure. Sure. Sure.
but
Um,
I don't know that he has the kind of cultural impact that Hassan has, that
right.
Vosh has.
Right. I don't, hmm. Yeah, because I don't listen to enough of content on either side, I think, to really be like, okay, this person is just, that version, right? I mean, I've seen, I don't really want to throw it. I don't know. I feel even weird bringing up people, but maybe I shouldn't in this kind of because we're talking about, assassination. But I definitely have seen a lot of right-wing creators for years, you know, saying these people are totally fucking evil, irredeemable, despicable people. You know,
Charlie Kirk never said stuff
I don't
like
think
that.
Charlie Kirk said that. No, not to my knowledge. But I have seen right wing commentators. I mean, fucking Tim Pool says shit like this all the time. He goes on his super angry rants about shit all the time. We've gone on angry rants about, the socialists all the time. This is
Yeah,
sort of just, everyone gets riled up in these situations. So I do think this should be the wake up call that we all need to
dial it back.
dial it fucking back and to criticize people for, the ideas that they have, the wrong ideas, without going too far into just making everyone enraged. That's part of the problem is that so much of the internet environment, I think this is, the CGP Grey video we talked about that was from years ago. So much of the way in which people make money online is by making everyone angry. That's one of the best ways to generate views and clicks and everything. And
Yeah,
people are aware of this. People are obviously aware that this is going on. They're not, ignorant of this.
yeah.
Jam,
I've seen some rants from Tim Pool, so it's good
sure,
that you say that. I just
right. But this is why I said in the beginning of the stream, it's like with all these situations, you have pundits on both sides, all sides of all issues, keep ratcheting up things, and then someone does a stochastic terrorism, and then it's like then that side points, the other side says, "Oh, look at what you've done," and it's like, okay, well, we all need to chill the fuck out here.
there's Alex Jones, there's Steve Bannon. These are content creators that we generally don't watch or listen to, but I'm
Right,
sure
right.
their go-to violent rhetoric is coming out today too. So
JMac, thank you so much. Says, I know I said you'd only get one warning, but due to the viewer amount, I reiterate calls for glorifying or alluding to violence is against TOS, regardless of political direction or purpose, will not be tolerated in chat. You'll be timed out and possibly banned. Yes, no one in chat should ever, for any reason, be glorifying or calling for violence against the left or the right or really anyone. And you will be banned by all moderators, any moderator, if you engage in that behavior in chat. We are 100% against that here at the Sitch
yeah,
and Adam Show.
yes, trying to talk people off the cliff here.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Xerxes, thank you for the $100. That's very kind of you. Says it's not just a partisan problem, it's the mechanisms that perpetuate negative perceptions all around us in every facet of our lives. Doom scrollers are encouraged to continue doom scrolling and find reasons to remain negative and bitter. It's a spiral from top to bottom. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about with the whole right now we have a rage click industry. It should really be called rage clicks instead of clickbait. We have a rage click industry. And I wish I knew, but I don't know what the solution to that is. I don't know how to get social media or politics out of the rage click industry business because it's so profitable and it's a good way to generate status. And I think that's why you see this process where it seems like almost every internet content creator on both left and right kind of, if you look at their older content, they seemed a lot more reasonable and a lot more moderate. And then you look at their content 4 or 5 years down the road, and it's like they get angrier.
Unhinged, yeah,
Yeah, they get angrier. They get much ragier. They,
and then
their
they get
views become more
richer. Yeah,
extreme, right? So, and I
and they
don't, I
get
don't know what the
richer,
solution to
and
that is.
they buy more
I,
cars and more homes.
right, because it definitely it generates views, and it's very hard for people to say, okay, what I'm doing is making me a lot of success, but I realize it's probably morally wrong. I think this will be the wake up call for some people, and that's good, but I don't know. We'll see. Things might get a lot worse before they get better.
Yeah, I don't. How do you stop that politically? I mean, obviously, we have a culture of free speech. I think, I do think calling people Nazis or calling people pedophiles without any evidence that they're racist or are a pedophile. Like, we know what people are doing there. They're trying to make that person into a target. They're harassing them.
Yeah. Right.
And I do think that there is an element of incitement to that. That, I mean, we need to deal with. We totally need to deal with.
Hmm.
So that
That's
it
true.
seems like there's got to be something that we can do. I mean, we can't be swimming in this environment where everyone is getting radicalized.
Right.
And it would be nice if we could do it culturally without any sort of laws. Um, but I'm not sure we can. I'm really not sure we can.
I don't know what law you would pass. That wouldn't be like some kind of massive infringement on freedom of speech or something.
Right.
So it's, I don't know.
Mm.
I know what that looked like. Short Stack Goblin says, I try to be rational and level headed, but seeing the posts on Reddit, X, and TikToks and lefty YouTubers, it's hard not to think leftism is an irredeemable cancer on the soul of America. These people are godless. That's what I was saying about how now when you say leftism, I don't know if you mean like socialism or you just mean the entire left, but that's what I was saying. There was a lot of almost every left wing pundit that I'm familiar with, I saw, came out against this. Even, I was curious. Turned on, um, what's his name? Uh, Chris Hayes. Even, Chris Hayes was talking about how this is horrible and all this other stuff, even though I think he says unhinged things that definitely are radicalizing people. You see all these pundits, maybe because a lot of it is this is close to home for them. They do worry from a self-interest perspective that they could be targeted too. I did see a lot of left-wing pundits, denounce this, but they need to denounce the people in their audience that are supporting this. And they need to denounce the commentators like Brown and Joy Gray and these other people who are also seeming to support it, or the TikTokers. There's lots of TikTokers, lots of, X accounts that have huge followings that are supporting this. Taylor Lorenz had a very like stupidly horrible her response to this. Taylor Lorenz's response to this was like, "Oh, we should just." She posted a picture that was like, "Just sit back and like listen, but don't engage" or something. If she posted a picture that says, "Learn to sit back and observe. Not everything needs a reaction," which obviously, like, what the fuck does that mean? I didn't. I looked on her timeline. I didn't see her saying it was horrible that Charlie Kirk died or anything. She just says like, "Oh, everyone just needs to be quiet about it," which is that sounds like you're just more concerned about, not giving ammunition to the right as opposed to like political ammunition, not that you actually give a fuck about the situation. So, the mainstream left or the those on the left that are not socialists, that are not insane, need to call out their audiences and just shame these people, these other, far left, alt left commentators into oblivion.
I mean, I do think they need to work on the immediate problem that all of these people believe that every single conservative is a fascist,
Right.
is a fucking irredeemable racist. And until they work on that, because that's an innate belief that these people have now.
Yeah.
You can't just say, oh, we're denouncing political violence. You have to stop the motivation for the political violence.
Hmm.
And I mean, obviously, I've seen Jank do that. I've seen Jank fight back against this idea that all conservatives are racist. And
Yeah.
the response he gets from people on the left is demoralizing. It's completely blackpilling.
Oh yeah.
And look, I think he's partially responsible for that because he promoted that stereotype for a fucking decade.
Yep.
So don't be shocked and chagrined when the stereotype you've been promoting for a decade people believe.
Of course.
I
Of
I
course.
don't how do you I don't know how to break people out of that. Like it's easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
these people have been fooled. They've completely been fooled. So it's just it's hard for me. It's hard for me to have a lot of hate for these people when they're delusional. I just
Yeah.
see them as completely delusional. At some point though, like the stabber on the train, I think you got to deal with the delusional people in a
Yes.
way that makes all of the rest of us non-delusional people safe. So,
Right.
yeah. I don't good luck getting Brianna Greyjoy to tell her audience that not all Republicans are racist.
No,
She
she's
believes all
yeah.
Republicans
No,
are
yeah.
racist.
She that's what I'm saying. The people that are not, if there are people on the left who want to be not insane, they need to fight actively, openly fight against people like Brianna Joy Gray
Right.
very openly. They can't. I don't think they can. They can't just ignore it anymore. They do need to be very actively open about it. I've
It's
seen like I'm seeing right now. I went on Taylor Lorenz's timeline. She quote tweeted someone. Someone said, "I knew there'd be a push to canonize Charlie Kirk as a martyr, but I did not expect so many liberals to instantly join the cause." To which Taylor Lorenz said, "That's their whole thing."
yeah, see, look, there is a time I do believe that this is coming down to a choose sides time.
Yeah.
And I do think, I mean, what you're laying out is basically the liberals choosing the side of sanity.
Yes. Yes.
And the problem is so many people on the left are going to call you conservative. They're going to say, "Look, if you're not with me, you're a conservative." That's the only thing they know. They only know the progressive, liberal, conservative binary. That's all they fucking know.
Yeah.
So,
Yep. Or the, I mean, there's going to be a lot of pivoting. This is a problem, is because so much of it is like when you try to have this conversation with someone on the left, it's just the pivot to, but Trump is so bad, right? That's the conversation they say. It's
oh
like,
yeah,
okay, that's
they blame
irrelevant
this
to what,
on Trump.
right, right. It's like, that's, listen, I don't care about the whataboutism, okay, about Trump being bad or not. That's not what we're talking about at the moment. We're talking about, if, being sane on your side.
Yeah.
The real Halsnader says, "What are you guys doing covering this? Don't you knowledge that right-wing racists on X will be using this tragedy for clout and advancing MAGA? The right don't even care about the law. Why are you being useful like that?" So real Halsnader is being sarcastic.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, look, that's the left has a million excuses.
yeah,
The whole I honestly I can't believe people were saying, let's wait. We don't know that this guy was on the left. We don't know that this was a left wing shooter. I just thought, oh man, you're
well,
just
like whenever there's a big shooting, I mean, same thing when the person that killed the Democrats in Minnesota, whenever there's like some kind of political violence,
mhm.
everyone always says that. If it's like their side, they're like, "Well, we don't know yet," right? And to be fair, you don't know. Sometimes there are people that are just crazy that are trying to kill political targets that are visible. It's not unreasonable to think that, if someone targets a right wing person, they're going to be, left wing in mentality, or someone targets a left wing person, they're right wing in mentality. It's not unreasonable to think that. So, and then now
Well,
that,
the
you know,
question is, what assumption are you going to jump to first? The question
sure,
is,
sure,
yeah.
sure,
So
sure.
which is a more reasonable assumption to make, right? And if the
The
person is
reasonable
making the
assumption,
unreasonable assumption,
of
you're
course,
like,
of
okay,
course.
this
Yeah.
person's like
Well, I
coping
know like some
hardcore.
people were saying they thought it could be like a grape or something, which I mean, I guess it's possible, but I think it's unlikely that'd be the case. I think the most reasonable or the most predictably likely thing is it is a crazy person, and B, a far left person. It seems to be the most
Right.
reasonable takeaway from the whole thing. Now, obviously, you have it's completely unhinged. You have Ian Carroll and Dan Lazarian and all these other fucking people are already saying like Israel did this. The Israeli government was behind this, which is completely fucking unhinged as to why the Israeli government would, do like take
The
out Charlie Kirk or something. It's like fucking retarded.
well, they would
But
say it's a false flag to drive us closer to Israel,
how would
perhaps.
this drive us? It doesn't even make sense. Like if that was the case,
Well, he
I don't
was
know.
such an outspoken supporter of Israel, obviously. So,
Well, they're saying because he was, yeah, I thought Charlie Cook was pretty pro-Israel. That I don't know, people were throwing clips around about how he was sort of turning away a little bit from Israel.
oh,
He
was
was
he?
blaming, he thought that Epstein was probably working for Israel and other stuff. So they weren't even saying the whole like, oh, it was a false flag. They're going to try to blame some Palestinian person to, make them more Palestinian. They were saying, oh, he was turning away from the message. So like, which is just, I mean, these people are scumbags. They're just as scumbags as the people celebrating this. You should not listen to these people. I think so many of them, I think they're just lying too. I think they're grifters. They know what they're saying is retarded. They're just completely profiting off of murder and, misery.
Hmm. As
It's so
people do.
despicable. Yeah, as people do. And MA566 says, it's amazing to me how big the story has gotten. I didn't realize how many people knew who he was. I'm especially surprised to see how many people are devastated by the news. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Yeah, like this is not, I mean, this was story yesterday and, today it was everywhere. Every news station all the time was talking about this. It's a huge story. Part of it is because, news commentators obviously feel that they're always going to be more likely to be personally affected by, someone in the political sphere, uh, being killed in such a way because they all kind of view themselves as susceptible to something like that as well. But yeah, no, it is definitely everywhere. And I mean, it makes sense. Charlie Kirk, and maybe some people on the online sphere didn't realize this because, when you think of Charlie Kirk, you think of, oh, that's a guy that like debates teenagers and or college students and stuff. He was a huge political force in the Republican Party. He was a massive force at galvanizing, uh, Trump support across the country. So a lot of people were, very, very aware of him and, what he was doing.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate on a human level. All of that aside, I see a guy who's 31 years old with a young family, and
Mhm.
that's just heartbreaking, completely
Right.
heartbreaking. Like
Yeah.
he had such a future in front of him,
Yep.
and to have it completely ripped away by the insanity of our current culture is just, it's a fucking tragedy. It's a fucking tragedy.
Yeah. Some people, I don't know if this was confirmed. Some people were saying that uh his kids were in the audience, so they saw this occur.
Yeah,
But
that's
which is
horrifying.
horrifying. But I don't
Yeah.
know if that has been confirmed. The Oceanist says people need to take things slow. We don't know anything about the shooter. The last people who were questioned by authorities were let go. R.I.P. Charlie. I hope they find who did this. Yeah, I mean, it took, if you remember, it took like 5 days to find Luigi Mangione. So, they already have a picture of who they think it is. They supposedly, I don't believe they released it, but they're saying, now the FBI did release, or Cash Patel did release incorrect information. So, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that, there's competent people involved here beyond him because I don't
Oh my
think he's
God. Look at
particularly
Sitch
competent.
already
But
taking a shot at Cash.
well, no, because he released like
No, I
wrong
agree. I
information
agree.
like
Look at
really early on about this that I was like, how the fuck did you fuck that up? But
it wasn't a great move. Okay.
yeah, it wasn't a great move. But anyway, putting that aside, they did say that they have video that shows who they think is the suspect, like on the college campus, and like they were tracking his movements around the college campus. They did say they have like a shoe print. They have what they believe is the murder weapon. They have, I think they said they have a palm print and stuff, and they know to some extent, what neighborhood he went into after the shooting. And as I said, there's people online who speculated that it's this person that has a SoundCloud. I don't know if that's the case or not. So I do think that they're gonna find out. They're gonna figure out who this, who did this. They're gonna capture this person. Joe the Meg says Blue Sky has been unhinged with further calls for violence against conservatives. Wickstream yesterday was borderline unwatchable with all the progressives doing violence is bad, but Kirk was a fascist, infuriating. Wow. Okay. I didn't watch that. I'll have to check that out. But
Look, that's the stereotype talking. Do any of them make a coherent argument about how he was a fascist?
yeah, because like, I mean, listen, I haven't watched, a lot of Charlie Kirk content. I'm not aware of positions he's had that would make him a fascist. He
Right.
was like pretty right wing, but I don't call him saying fascistic-y things whatsoever. So,
Yeah. That's another thing. Every time I see the mainstream media talk about it, they call him a conservative influencer.
mhm.
Where before I would never see him in the media without them saying he's a right wing influencer,
Well,
which conservative has an obvious.
yeah, like I get that, if you're reading a left-wing outlet and they say conservative influencer has a negative connotation, but that is a correct descriptor of what he
No, no,
was.
I think the right wing implies far right, and the conservative
I understand what you're
sounds,
saying. I
yeah,
understand what you're
better,
saying, but I don't know how
obviously.
to like because they don't really have a good view of any like how do you describe what he was doing? I mean, it was
No, no,
objectively true.
look,
He was a right wing influencer who was, galvanizing support for Donald Trump,
yeah, but
right?
so many of the news media would be like far right influencer.
If they don't say, yeah, I don't think they should say far right, which
Well, I think
I
if we went back and looked, a lot of the publications did call him far right, obviously, lots of
right,
times,
right.
many times.
Oh yeah, in the past, yes. I don't know if
Yeah.
they were saying it with this, but yes,
No,
that's
now
you're
he's a
correct. Yeah.
conservative
Oh, I
influencer.
see what you're saying.
Now that he's gone, now that
Yes.
he's been shot by a crazy person and they've achieved their goal, they're like, "Oh yeah, he's a conservative influencer." We should have some respect for this conservative influencer that we demonized for years and years and years.
Well, that's why I was glad that the New York Times posted Ezra's op-ed because his op-ed, which was I think was very good and all about how violence isn't the answer, and Charlie Kirk was just doing what we were supposed to do, have these political conversations. Where the non-op-ed article from New York Times was like, I think really fucking crazy because they were really going over like, and here's all the bad things that Charlie Kirk said, which
Really? Holy
yeah, which I was like, there's a
shit.
time and a place for all this, and I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to imagine how you could say it was justifiable to do just to go over like, here's all the reasons that our audience shouldn't be in favor of Charlie Kirk. Like, just you could say he's right wing, you could say he was getting Trump support for Donald Trump, but to be like, here's all the bad things that just doesn't seem appropriate or right to me whatsoever.
Right. Yeah, they're not doing their job in distancing themselves. They're just getting right in there. They're like,
Right.
"Oh yeah, we're in bed with you crazies." I mean,
Yeah,
how am I supposed to take that other than that?
Right. Dash of Insanity says, longtime viewer, first time super chatter. Thank you. My main concern is that people saying, quote, what do you expect? Look at what he says. Or cheering for this don't understand the precedent this sets going forward for the country. Yeah, I mean, to be somewhat optimistic, again, we always have to keep in mind, okay, what you're seeing online is a very loud, but a smaller part of the minority of society. It's a very vocal minority part of the society. The average person probably no fucking clue who Charlie Kirk was if you walk around the world. And if the average person on the left, I imagine if you asked him, said, hey, there's a guy named Charlie Kirk who, went around college campuses and debated people and was pro-Trump. Do you think he should be killed? They'd say, of course not. So, don't let
What
the
if they said there's a guy named Charlie Kirk? He's a fascist. Should he have been killed?
well, that's yeah, right. Then you get into a different situation, right? And that's why I agree with what you're saying about the sort of the tamping down on this language,
I'm
because that
not.
definitely changes everything.
Look, I'm not sure that. I mean, it would be interesting to do man on the street interviews just to kind of find out. I guess you could do
Right.
a survey, but I mean, I do think. I mean, he was in a South Park clip. I never saw the South Park clip. I don't know that you did. Where they make him out to be a fascist in the South Park clip?
No, they didn't. They were just kind of making fun of the concept of, going to college campuses and like debating, college students. They
Okay.
weren't, they didn't make him out to be some like evil radical or anything.
Okay.
So, which is why, they were far worse on what's her name? I forget the
Kathleen
politician's name.
Kennedy.
No, in that episode, the home Christy Nome was it, is it Christy Nome? The the with having her like shoot all the dogs and everything. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they were much worse on Christy Nome. That's why Charlie Kirk thought it was funny, and he had Cartman with the Charlie Kirk hair like be his avatar. So
Right.
now supposedly Paramount has removed that episode from
Which is
streaming or something.
unfortunate because now I want to
Right.
see it, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm like,
But no, I don't think that I don't I wouldn't say that that episode I think contributed to like some sort of negative radicalization of anyone. My Legolas says, I have cousins working in DC political consulting for Biden Harris campaigns as doctors, a meta software engineer in UK finance, all celebrated Kirk's death. I don't think it's just fringe anymore. Well, I mean, that's horrible if that's the case. I'm always a little suspect of, second, third hand accounts of things, but we're in pretty bad shape if that's the case.
yeah, I don't. I mean, he had millions of followers on Twitter. It's hard for me to imagine that he's not close to a household name.
Well, on the right, maybe. I don't think the average, like, if I like I was talking to my parents yesterday about something unrelated.
Hmm.
After this all, they had no clue, and they're very political. They had no clue. They don't know who Charlie Kirk is
Okay.
whatsoever. So yeah, I don't think the average like left wing person who's not on the internet politics knows who Charlie Kirk is. Ryan Wolfer, $20, thank you, says Charlie was made out to be a far right zealot when he was pretty much a standard Christian conservative. It turns out the shooter's leftist. They just made more people who will be more right wing than he ever was. God bless. Yeah, it's very likely that something like that would happen. I mean, I already saw a lot of people on the right sort of, trying to use this as a call to not make people right wing, but to make people radicalized towards violence, which is obviously an unhinged reaction situation. But Equishidox says absolutely shell shocking. I keep thinking about his young family that he was ended right in front of them. What was America? What has America and especially the left become? Is this an inflection point in our history? I mean, I hope it's a positive inflection point in history. I hope it's a point of realization. I do think things are going to get a little worse before they get better, but I am optimistic things will get better, that people will, even for their own self interest reasons, realize that this can't continue the way this was.
Yeah, the question is how. The question is really how.
Right.
And I keep thinking it's really the makeup of the population
Mm-hmm.
that is the difficulty. We went down this road. People were there. People were using the term radio, Rwanda radio,
Mm-hmm.
which I thought seemed very, very appropriate. I don't know if you know the story of Rwanda or if you saw the movie Hotel Rwanda.
I know, yeah, that there were people on the radio calling for them to, kill each other, to murder each
Yeah, well,
other.
there's a radio broadcaster that would just call the opposition cockroaches all day long,
Right.
cockroaches, cockroaches, and I mean this has an effect. This definitely has an effect, and that is, I mean, I mean, it would infuriate me every time I would turn CNN on that they'd say Trump praised neo Nazis. You couldn't turn on CNN for 15 minutes without someone saying Trump praised neo Nazis. These people believe this. How is that any different than the Rwandans talking about the cockroaches?
Right.
It's the same. It's totally the same.
Yeah.
So we're in a situation where these people they believe these people are cockroaches.
Mm-hmm.
We're fucking in a terrible situation. I don't know how the fuck you turn that around.
Yeah.
Like and every look, Hassan doesn't have the balls to stand up to his audience. I admire Jank and Anna because Jank and Anna are at least attempting it, right? But the problem is the fucking audience because they're like, oh well, I'm done with you. And they're going to go to some other audience some other content creator that is going to go out there and continue to call conservatives
Yeah.
cockroaches.
Well, like, like, I mean, I haven't seen Anna's responses. I'm assuming she's obviously, I would imagine she would
I
be
haven't
against
seen it
this.
either. No.
Yeah, I don't know if she made a response or anything to it, but I mean, and I did see Jenks, and I am happy to see Jenks' response. But I mean, I think that both, unfortunately, Cenk and Anna have contributed to it by just really, ratcheting up rhetoric, not only in the
Anna
past
has
about the
tried to
right,
atone.
but
Anna has definitely attempted to atone.
she's tried to atone for her rhetoric on the right. But I mean, I think that she's kind of following the same pathway for the Israel stuff.
Yeah. Well, the Israel thing is a completely different story,
And
but I
so, and I
do
think so is Cenk. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm hoping this all is a sort of wake up call for people to be like on all issues, not just left, right, but Israel, Palestine, anything to be like, okay,
tamp
we
down the
need
rhetoric. Yeah,
to tamp down
exactly.
the rhetoric
Because now
here.
they're falling into it with the Israel Palestine, the same toxic rhetoric with. I use the word toxic. Oh shit. The same
Yeah.
uh, incendiary rhetoric with the Palestine stuff is
Right. Well, like
getting us to a similar position.
look at Noah Samson. He was saying that someone has to do something, right, about Israel, Israel support in
Oh,
America.
Noah
And
Samson is the worst. Noah
yeah, and then
Samson is
someone went,
a huge
they
part of the problem.
killed two innocent people that were, working at Israeli embassy. We're going to be married. So,
Oh, I know that was awful. I just
Chachi mix.
I
Mhm.
think Anna and Jank have put their money where their mouth is as far as I mean Anna's even gone on a lot of these right-wing platforms. I mean, obviously Ben Shapiro is a Nazi in their eyes. Glenn Beck is a Nazi in their eyes. Like so she's made an attempt to go and talk to these people and show them no, these are just people we politically disagree with. They're not irredeemable,
Right.
which I think is a huge step in the right direction. But the problem is, and Young Turks is an interesting case study because I do think the people don't escape the radicalization. I just think they move on to someone else. Like I don't think the influencer has that much influence. It sucks, but a lot of it is confirmation bias. So the first encounter they have with Charlie Kirk is some incendiary meme about him. Then they
Right.
tend to just believe that.
Yeah. No, and I'm glad you brought that up because that's sort of like the weird, unique situation that we're in, which is what makes it difficult. Is I think, back in the day, before the internet, things were more centralized because they just had to be technologically.
Yes,
Like you only had
exactly.
you had the network television news channels, you had the cable news, and like, get some radio stations. That was it. Um,
You had to
and
get a broadcast permit in order to
right,
make
right,
anything happen.
right. So like if you had, all the people on the left, all the people on the right on cable news, they all said something. There wasn't that many alternatives for more people to turn to, and they'd be more
Right.
persuaded by that. And you're right. And this is part of the problem that's going on right now, which I don't know how to solve this at all, unless it's just like a cultural issue that has to be resolved. Is yeah, if there's a commentator who's saying something that they don't like, it's not extreme enough, they can just go to some others. There's infinite number of political commentators on all sides that will say the more extreme crazy shit
Yeah.
whatsoever.
They move over to Noah Samson.
Right, right. It's just, and that's part of the issue here. It's good, and I'm also disincentivized to not do that. Cum Bod QB Madra says, frustrating reading X right now. Kirk got shot, then leftists blast their celebration. In response, the right alludes to their retaliation. The left says, quote, why aren't you de-escalating, hypocrites? Yeah, I think it's completely justified to, if there's anyone on the left who's only pointing out the rights, some people on the right who are escalating this, ratcheting this up, and are not also in the same breath saying that the left, is contributing to this with their insane rhetoric, and people that are celebrating this are all like psychopaths and everything. If they're not saying both those things, then yeah, it just reeks of hypocrisy and just insincerity.
Yeah. I mean, the people I'm talking about have a black and white view of the world where their side can do absolutely no wrong, nothing ever bad or evil, and the other side is 100% wholly evil and irredeemable. So
Yes.
that's unfortunate, but that's just the kind of people you're dealing with. So you're not really going to make any kind of headway with those people.
Right. Right. Chachi McSwack, I read this one for, I thought I read this one. I'm a bit tired of hearing left wing voices, how much better, more civil the left is on the basis of unhinged statements about conservatives only coming from the media in Hollywood rather than the halls of Congress. Yeah. There was a fake video that I saw circulating, which was crazy because at first I thought I saw it and I was like, this. It was so crazy. I didn't believe it could be possible. And then you look into it, you find it's not possible. Which was, and you guys probably saw it. There was a video circulating on X which showed that they want to do some kind of prayer or moment of silence in Congress for Charlie Kirk, and then you hear all these people like yelling at each other and trying to stop it from happening, which seems crazy. I was like, I
That
thought that,
so that was fake.
yeah. So there's a longer video because the person that uploaded that, and we can bring it up if people really need to, that shows that Speaker Johnson comes out and he says, we're gonna have a 30-minute or 30-second moment of silence, for the Charlie Kirk being killed, and everyone stands there in silence and everyone's fine with it. There's not an issue. And then you have, I forget who it was. It might have been Bogart or someone was like, um, silent prayers. They said something like silent prayers lead to silent results or something. And they were calling for some kind of, I don't know what they're calling for. It's hard to tell because everyone's yelling at each other, but it sounded like they were calling for some sort of verbal denouncement of the Democrats. And then that's what kind of got everyone up in arms, it seems like.
Hmm.
And that was kind of clipped in a way to make it just seem like they were, again, simply praying for Charlie Kirk, which seems to be fake news or is fake news.
These are the people that want violence.
Yes.
Well, they probably are just useful idiots who just want likes on Twitter. They want to outrage you so that you'll share something that's completely fake.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's also just obviously as an American, it's very disgusting to me to see foreign accounts that are pushing like insane rhetoric about how we shall be violent towards each other.
Yeah, how do we just cut that off? How do we just cut those people off? The fucking bad faith foreign actors.
We need, I mean, people can get around it, but we need to have like a giant flag of where you're from next to your
Mhm.
name on X. So
The
people could just
the
see it.
VPN get around.
I know some way to get, I know you can get around it, but some way to sort of, if there's a way to circumvent that, because it's just so despicable to me.
America should just take over the world and then we could avoid that
There
problem,
you
right?
go. I like
Then we
that.
have
Yeah.
jurisdictional presence everywhere.
Right, right. James Black for $20 says you should never advocate for political violence. Sitch, look up and read Alexander Solzhenitsyn, quote, "The man who wanted to be left alone." It's a short 2 paragraphs. This is my fear moving forward. I mean, yeah, obviously. Obviously. You should never be advocating for violence. The quote is, "The most terrifying force of death comes from the hands of men who want to be left alone. They try so very hard to mind their own business and provide for themselves and those they love. They resist every impulse to fight back, knowing the force and permanent change of life that will come for it. They know that the moment they fight back, their lives as they have lived them are over. The moment the man who wanted to be left alone or forced to fight back is a form of suicide. They're literally killing off who they used to be, which is why, when forced to take a violence, these men who want to be left alone fight with unholy vengeance against those who murdered their former lives. They fight with raw hate and a drive that cannot be fathomed by those who are merely play acting at politics and terror. True terror will arrive at these people's doors, and they will cry, scream, and beg for mercy, but it'll fall upon deaf ears of the men who just want to be left alone."
That's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah,
That is the
that's a
problem. We've
very,
constantly talked about it. The left LARPing themselves into revolution.
yeah. Well, this is what I said. This is what everyone does. Everyone just LARPs themselves in revolution, which is so disturbing. But
Right.
RBG's fam says, if you advocate for violence because of political disagreement, seek help. We all disagree on lots of different topics. So what? Opinions are like assholes. Very true. Guess who says, I'm not trying to be flippant, but aside from January 6th, can you give me examples of the right being violent in the last 10 years? Well, I mean, they literally was 2 Democrats that were just murdered
Murdered in
like a few
Minnesota.
months
Yeah,
ago.
two
Yeah.
weeks ago. Or
And what was Mike? What was that guy's name? There was a Republican House representative that was making fun of it. So,
yeah, yeah. Don't go down.
right.
It's easy to do, but
Yeah.
just assume there's some pieces of shit on your side too. It'll
Yes. There is. Like, come on.
best to assume that. Yeah.
Right.
Look, it's your job to keep them in line. They're on your side.
Yeah. And I don't want to do the whole like wound collecting.
Yeah,
Like literally,
no.
if you go on X right now, or you just go on Google and type in like acts of left wing violence, acts of right wing violence, you're gonna find the list. Okay, I don't like doing the whole wound collecting. I don't like doing the whole whataboutism. The point is that we need to to move forward. To me, the wound collecting, it's very similar to sort of the it's kind of like what I always say with the Palestine Israel situation. Part of the reason that got to where it got to is because you had a situation where one side, to some extent both sides, but really one side was unable to say, okay, the future for our children is more important than the wound collecting of the past. Now, I don't think it's going to get to that point as it did with Israel Palestine, obviously in America, but it's sort of the same, very similar visceral emotional energy that I think people have at the moment about seeking for revenge and then people doing the whataboutism or the defense or all this other nonsense. So,
Yeah, obviously. And there becomes a like a tallying exercise that takes place that you can't stop until everything is completely even, and you're never going to be completely even. So
right,
you got to
right.
think of the future. So that's what's going wrong on so much of the left. Obviously, so much of the CRT stuff and all of that stuff is just grievance culture from things that happened eons ago. So
Yes,
can't fall into
yes.
that trap on the right as well.
Yeah.
We're trying to escape that trap.
Wound collect. Yeah. And it's always used to justify further violence. This person did this to me. This person did next to me, whatever. Philip Kogan, thank you, says, please think the next civil strife. People think the next civil strife will be like Gettysburg. It won't. It'll be like the Troubles. People don't really understand what they're getting into. Yeah, I don't. I think from like a dark perspective of this, I don't think people point to like, oh, Civil War. Like, I don't. It's hard for me to see. No, I guess it's possible, but it's hard for me to see this going to be some sort of like open Civil War revolution, unless something crazy happens with the government, but some open Civil War perspective. It's not like the country is neatly divided between North and South the way it was, in the Civil War situation. I think from a darker perspective, what would be a far more likely bad outcome to all this would be that basically all the news pundits just keep ratcheting up everything, and there becomes almost like an intentional game of trying to create stochastic terrorism, where both sides are just calling upon, not directly, but like very, very obviously, indirectly calling on people to use violence against others. And that just ratchets it up out of control, out of control, out of control, while they
We
kind of sit comfortably behind their computers or TV cameras.
we have never been in this situation before with social media and these content creators with huge audiences. But a lot of these people are little fucking Hitlers where
Yeah.
they want to weaponize their audience against their rivals. This is why people fucking dox. This is why they do all of this shit. So
Hmm.
if those content creators become the focus of violence, political violence, oh man,
Yeah.
it's I mean it's Hatfields and McCoys.
Sure.
So I just hopefully the fact that the content creators themselves realize this,
Right.
they
Well,
will
mhm.
sort of try to chill their audiences out to avoid this because obviously they're in the line of fire.
And yeah, and I think the Troubles thing, which was like a lot of the violence in Northern Ireland, like that could be a good comparison because it is possible that you get sort of underground groups of extremists on the far left and the far right who, before there's been a lot of LARPing, right? You have Antifa and, the Proud Boys or whoever you want to, put on the right. They come out and sometimes violence would occur, but a lot of it would be like this sort of playing at revolution where they do these like protests where they like rip each other's encampments down and like that's all that stuff. Where a lot of stuff could dissipate and those certain groups of people could instead turn to like, okay, we need to go actively search out targets and like eliminate them and use violence against those people. And some situation, a future like that could be very possible in this country, which is obviously very disturbing. So,
Yes.
Sammy G says, I told Sitch in the past that the course of action may be to make centrism more profitable. Like I thought about starting a foundation with a purpose to to back more rational voices online, shift the incentive with money. Well, there you go. Sammy can start and get some other people involved. Maybe we can get some rich people involved We'll do like, the whole course thing, the whole course controversy. What if instead there's like a very open, so it's not like shady organization that's pushing, that's like, we're literally going to start paying content creators a lot of money to push like moderate, not crazy, temperature cooling down views. That'd be nice.
Well, I mean, it's no secret that a big reason why JMac is such a huge supporter of the show is because he feels like we're those moderate voices that are
Right,
helping chill people out. So, I mean, it is happening already here to some extent.
right, right. James Black says you should never advocate for political. Oh, I read that one. Wait, did you send that twice? Or did I just read it twice? That was the
It's
Soldier
okay.
Nixon one. Okay. Oh
Just
yeah, you
don't
sent it
read
twice. Well, thank
them.
you. You sent it twice.
No,
And
don't
that's
read the super chat 0 times. That's the important thing.
yeah. Well, but thank actually, I'm glad you said it again about the Soldier Nixon, the man who wanted to be left alone comment, because I think another big danger too is not just the man who wants to be left alone, but the people who pretend that they're the man that wants to be left alone, but they're not. They're actually the violent extremists. So that's also a huge threat.
Mm-hmm.
Lethal Strain for $20 says the biggest complaint I keep hearing is the right is tired of turning the other cheek of every attack that's made against them, from physical violence to rhetoric, like Adam is talking about. Yeah, that is the complaint. I don't know how valid it is. I think it's like sort of valid to an extent. I think it's sort of not valid to an extent because the right does control the entirety of the government at the moment, and they are enacting a lot of policies that they want to enact. So
Yeah,
I don't
the
know.
all the immigration stuff is just enraging people on the left.
Right.
So,
And the rhetoric about it too
yeah.
is,
Well,
they're
yes,
they're
yes. Some of the rhetoric on the
very
right.
radicalizing the people on the left as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's the problem with a lot of this is that it's very difficult for everyone to see the things that their team is doing that's triggering the fuck out of the other team, and see that and say, oh, okay, I understand why they're getting triggered. Like everyone sees the things that the other team is saying that are like very incensing to them, but they don't really see what their side is doing. They're it's harder to see that because obviously you agree with it, so it's just harder to perceive that as like some sort of nefarious thing, some sort of bad thing. But I mean, we've had
Yeah.
lots of people even in our audience. A lot of people send super chats who just way before this, for years, have been saying the left is all evil. The left is made of socialist degenerates. I want to destroy America. You know, want to flood America with immigrants to get rid of white people. Blah 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 blah. So
There is deceptive stereotypes that each side has of the other that kind
yeah,
of inhibit them from seeing and understanding the real reaction that that side is going to have.
right.
I
I mean, as I
think
said, you
the
literally have Dan Blazarian and Ian Carroll with 100,000 likes on X. I don't know if they're bots. 100,000 likes on X blaming the Jews in Israel for killing Charlie Kirk. Like, it's very unhinged. So
God, I hope most of that is bots.
I do too. The Justice 35 says Brown, Joy, Gray, Taylor, Lenz, and Hamas Piker don't represent the left. Normal center left people like me are not out here calling for violence. On the right, rage baiting is their entire business model. The right needs to help cool things down. I
I,
don't, as again, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. There are normal center left people that are not calling for violence. There are normal center right people that are not calling for violence. And then there's a lot of right people that are rage baiting and calling for violence. There's a lot of people on the left rage baiting, calling for violence. I just, as I said, people, it's very easy to be blind to your own side's actions on this, whether you're on the left or the right. You have to forever be vigilant to falling prey to that.
how
So
is how is Kyle Kalinski's business model not rage baiting?
it is.
It's totally rage baiting.
Yeah.
To say that the left doesn't have a rage baiting model is just, I mean, it's not true.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
we're not trying to rage bait. So, but obviously, look, if you're going to rage bait, you're going to get a much bigger audience because that's what people want. They want the rage. They want to
I think you
rage
would.
up.
I think because the Republicans control the government at the moment, you if the politics of this were flipped so that it was a big left wing commentator that got assassinated, I do think you would be seeing. I think the left would be even more rage baity about it because they'd feel even more powerless since they don't control the government. About the whole like we're at war situation. So you have to
Right.
be aware of that in human nature.
Yeah.
Actual Justice Warrior. Hey, Actual Justice Warrior. Does everyone responded as expected? Jenk and Anna usually condemn, good on them. Those who cheered are expected. Those who ratchet up tensions are expected. And those who blame the Jews and forged agents are doing their thing. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad that we're sort of in this state where it's like, oh, the people we expected to have bad reactions had the bad reactions, right? So there were some
Well,
that had good reactions, but
you build the audience that you build. So
yeah, yeah. So Nicole Hammer says we need to criticize ideas, not people. 100%. 100%. Sells Temple says, how is Trump not relevant? If the right refuses to bear the cross and demand that he lowers rhetoric, the left shouldn't be expected to either. More so if it's just reporting on the crazy shit he says and does. Well, I think Trump is relevant. I don't remember exactly what Miram said that you're reacting to. This would be a time, hopefully. I don't know if we're going to get that, but this would be a time for whoever would be the president, which is Trump now, to be a leader in the situation and to try to lead things into a cooling situation.
yeah, to try to
So
tamp down the rhetoric.
now, obviously, people who listen know I don't have a lot of confidence in Donald Trump doing that successfully, but maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Well, the argument the left is going to make is that Donald Trump started it, and therefore all of this is his fault. The violent
Yeah.
rhetoric that they're doing is the fault of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump wasn't such an incendiary historical figure, none of this would have ever happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I'll
Which
scream the void.
they completely lied about Charlottesville. So I'm like, fuck you.
Right. Now, screaming the void says, "Be patient with the right wing. They are angry. Everyone who mourns is angry at first. Take it from a widow. Remarried since. Give them time." Yeah, I do. I do think that is somewhat fair. That there is just a lot of rage, a lot of anger. You had these two incidences back to back, or at least that were reported back to back with the woman on the bus, and then now Charlie Kirk. Um, and hopefully, when emotions cool, cooler heads will prevail. So that is a fair point. Plantation Sensation says, I'm not sure your point about vocal online minority is correct. Just today, I have seen open excitement justifying this killing from regular people, coworkers, and locals on social media. Really? Wow. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I would be surprised. I would not think that the average person would have any clue who Charlie Kirk was whatsoever.
Yeah, I
So
think you're way underestimating
maybe,
Charlie Kirk's influence.
maybe. I mean, most people I know don't follow politics at all. So Xerxes have a friend, one who is far more right leaning than me, who constantly hopes for civil war type scenarios so they can, quote, give the left what they've been asking for. And I won't lie, it it left me just as troubled as the video. Yeah, and that's what's scary. It's been stuff like that has been cultivating for a long time now. So
Look, and you get enough people who have nothing to lose, right? They don't have a decent job. They're just kind of living hand to mouth. They're not in a steady relationship with anyone.
right.
That's a bad place to be. Look, and both sides acknowledge that. The right acknowledges it, and they want to blame immigrants, and the
Hmm.
left acknowledges it, and they want to blame fucking the right and economics. And we're
Right.
in a fucking terrible place. We have to fix this.
Reed says, how should the right respond? What should they do from here? So I said this earlier, but I'll say it again. I think the correct course for the right would be to say, okay, to the people on the left who are coming out, to the left wing pundits and the commentators that are coming out and saying that the violence against Charlie Kirk was wrong. I think what the right's reaction to that should be, okay, we accept that, but
But
but yeah,
a big
but
but.
You need to actually come out and denounce the people in your audience and other left wing creators that are supporting this. And you need to openly talk about how the political rhetoric that you participated in has helped ratchet up this situation and actively talk about and realize that you need to do better, that you need to participate. You can't just say, "Oh, I denounce this today," and then tomorrow you go back to business as usual. You need to denounce this and then change your behavior to say, "Okay, we're going to try to not create so much of this us versus them, black and white, demons versus angels
Yeah, but don't say do
rhetoric,
better. Yeah.
right? Worldview in terms of how we're going to talk about it. That's what I would say that the right should do.
Don't tell them to do better. So obviously
No.
that's something that they constantly say. Do better, do better.
Yeah, well, that's just kind of like a meme, so it doesn't really mean
Yeah.
anything. But
Yeah,
Cameron,
they have to
mhm.
live up to their label of influencer. It's time to stop just calling yourself an influencer and actually try to be a fucking influencer, right?
Yeah,
Try
exactly,
to persuade your
exactly,
audience.
right.
That's a tall order. I think a
It
lot of them
is.
know they're not really influencers. A lot of them know that they're just saying what people want to hear and making money doing it.
Mm-hmm. Cameraman 52 says, I'm hurt because I'm worried this could spin out into something like Italy's Years of Lead, far left and far right attacking each other with the rest in the middle, and because Kirk was effectively pushing back against anti Semitism. Yeah, no, I mean, it is very disturbing because Charlie Kirk, to my understanding, was pushing back against anti Semitism, was pushing back against some of the more uh, unhinged rhetoric of the far right. And I mean, I see a lot of people, a lot of those same people on the right now seemingly
Happy about
excited
this.
about this because
Yeah.
they're like, oh, the gloves are off now. So,
Unfortunate.
yes. CL Brams1 says, we must confess our righteous anger for our own righteousness. We must think about what society we pass on to the next generation. 100%. That's 100% true. R worded says, yellow square snake, yellow square? I don't know. What is that? What does that mean?
I have
Oh,
no
like the
idea.
don't tread on me flag? Is that what? Okay. El Caliso for 27 months says the Democrats are screwed. They either have to condemn assassing for votes and get flagged by cash or condone. I'm sorry. They have to condone assassing for votes and get flagged by cash or take the L and lose their lefty voters. They need to do the right thing. That's what they need to do. And I think the right thing morally will pan out at the end of the day for people because I don't think this is feasible whatsoever.
Hmm. I'm
If
not
there
sh-
was,
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure it's going to pan out for them electorally.
I think if there was a sensible lefty who called out these crazy people in 2024, I think they could be the president right now, but there wasn't. So
Yeah. Yeah, that could happen. You think Gavin Newsom is gonna do that?
no, I mean he's the one he's been trying to match the sort of Trump troll energy. So I don't think he's gonna. It's hard for me to imagine he's the one that's gonna pick up the mantle of being sensible. So
Well, and there's probably a million clips of him fostering this sort of environment. So it's
yeah,
hard for me
yeah,
to imagine anyone who's participated in this is all of a sudden going to be part of the solution for the
right.
voters.
Now Stanley Six says Mr. Joma has somehow topped his worst video with an even more cringe and pathetic video. We now live in a timeline where Kino Casino H3 are somehow on the same screen. Let's go. Yeah, there. I haven't watched it yet. Obviously, all this stuff is going on, but yeah, there's some new iDubbbz video that came out. So
Oh,
Mr.
he,
Joma's
he
iDubbbz, yeah.
was talking about making a video and confronting some of his detractors, I think. So
Right, right.
we'll have to check that out.
Messy Tenant says, guys, what do? I have one sister who is devastated that Charlie was deleted, but another that thinks it's a good thing that happened. Jesus. That's a very crazy situation. So
That is a
if
volatile situation. Yeah.
if you did have like if there was an actual coalition where you had like a lot of, if you had chorus, right? If you had a lot of left wing commentators come out with the same message about how this is despicable and horrible and the people that are supporting this are all wrong, I do think it would have a profound impact on influencing their audiences, but they all have to kind of be unified in saying it. I don't know if that'll happen, but
That's where the prisoner's dilemma is going on because they're all in
yes,
competition with for audience. This is why
exactly.
everyone fucking beats up on the Young Turks. They're like, oh, look, they're weak. We can take all their audience. Sam Cedar's like, give me that audience. Give me that audience.
Right.
You don't want the crazies? I'll take them. I'll take them.
Hmm.
It's fucking. It's just you have to figure out how to neutralize the crazies.
Yeah.
Make them irrelevant. How do you do that? It's going to take a
Male,
generation. We need a
maybe.
hero generation, Sitch.
Yeah, I know. I know. Gavin obviously disavowed the attack. So all
Of course he did.
politicians,
But
yeah,
look,
all
do you
politicians
believe
have disavowed the
anything?
attack.
Do you
But
think? Do you believe anything Gavin says? So
I mean, I would believe for again the same reason that I think a lot of commentators because they're self-interested. I would understand politicians from a very self-interested point. They're not so stupid to not understand. Okay, if these attacks become commonplace or allowed, they're going to be on the chopping block. They're going to
yeah,
be in people's sights.
Gavin has a huge conflict of interest. So obviously he's going to be running for president in 2028. Charlie
Right.
Kirk was hugely influential in getting out the youth vote for conservatives. So he gains tangibly from this. So forgive me if
Maybe.
I think he might be crying some crocodile tears for fucking Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, it's hard to game out because you don't know when someone is assassinated like this. You don't know if that galvanizes the movement or not. That can make the movement stronger. So
Right. Stronger against Gavin Newsom?
yeah, stronger against the
Sign me
Democrats
up.
in general.
I hope it does. I hope Charlie's message of taking it to the ballot box and arguing it out publicly wins out. That's
Yeah,
exactly what I want.
right.
Seems like there's this deranged element that wants it to go to civil war, probably because
Yeah.
they don't have anything going on.
Well,
They got
they'd be
nothing to
like,
lose.
that would be like, yeah, there is some deranged, and I get it. People are very angry, but it is deranged. And there are bad actors who are saying, hey, Charlie Kirk, the guy who was about debating people, well, since he was murdered, we should honor his memory by like violently murdering and attacking other people, which that
Who's
just
saying that?
trounces all over Charlie Kirk's memory. Right? He
Yeah,
wasn't in favor of any of that stuff.
I
So
don't think. Yeah, look, I think as soon as some left wing commentator dies in the same way, the left immediately becomes relevant again. Right now, I do think the right has the upper hand politically,
mhm.
but as soon as the right leans into the violence, then obviously
Yeah,
they're competitive again. They're
yeah,
competitive again electorally. They play
they,
right into the stereotype of the right wing violence
yeah.
that Netflix has been pushing for fucking decades now.
Male Kith says I had a pretty long conversation with a couple of political science professors about this, and the justification they use hurt my head. Quote, he was a narcissist who called for violence and spoke hate bound to happen. Yeah, it's,
That's
you
Charlie
know,
Kirk. That's the definition of Charlie Kirk that they gave.
that's what they said. It's,
Yeah.
I don't know, and I don't know how you would legislate against this, but maybe there's something about taking money away from colleges here from a federal level. Is there are so many in the academia that have been completely poisoned by toxic alt left ideology who who will say bullshit like this, who will completely advocate for this. And some of it is that, yeah, I think some of them are these people, unfortunately, are just completely taken over by socialist gobbledygook. Or, it's kind of what you were saying, which is probably also true, is they've been completely brainwashed about, the right in general, but then also, thinking like Charlie Kirk is, some, super fascisty person. So you need to
Yeah.
get these people out of there, fire them. completely. They're just poisoning the mind of it, the next generation. Nomad says, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Man went to college. The college to challenge ideas of Americans. Friction is what drives country forward. And Charlie Kirk definitely believed that. Respect. 100%. 100%. Comrade Dave for 21 months says, RIP Charlie. Yes. Keysell for 25 PLN says, I think the reaction is more blackpilling than the event itself. So many, quote, normal people were cheering for this. How do you live in such a society? I don't know if that's true, but just saying from what I've seen, I don't know if it's true that so many, quote, normal people were cheering for this. I mean, I hate to say it, and I hate this kind of like a stereotype. I like to see like some polling on it because I don't know how else you would make the determination about like what is like the average person really believe on the situation. Because
There might be some polling on this,
I'm sure there
obviously,
will
in the
be,
days to
yeah.
come.
Because as I keep saying, X is not indicative of the average person. If you think X is indicative of the average person, it means our entire country is consumed by Nazis and socialists. So, it doesn't appear to be the case when you go walk around and touch grass and interact with people.
It doesn't, does it?
No. God's joke says, I'm frankly demoralized the amount of people I called friends that post either taking glee in Charlie's murder or post some of his quotes out of context to insinuate that he had it coming. Wow. That's very dark. Well, I think what you should do in that situation if you have friends doing this is that you have to, it'd be very difficult because of what you said. It's easy to fool someone. It's very difficult to show someone that they've been fooled, is to say, this is a person that you would disagree with, obviously, politically, but he's not the radical extremist that you think, and to show proper, context to those clips and to say, listen, even if you don't agree with this person politically, obviously you can see from your own self-interest where this kind of violence is going to lead to and how it's going to make everything worse for everyone. And we live in America where we have free speech. And we're supposed to solve these things in the ballot box and in, debate and not, by killing each other.
This is what was so fascinating about the Jordan Peterson phenomenon and even the Kyle Rittenhouse phenomenon,
Right.
because you just see the power of just people to adopt ideas that they barely have any rationalization for, right? They just saw something online and they're
Mm-hmm.
fully in
Yeah.
with both feet about how Jordan Peterson is a Nazi,
Right.
or Kyle Rittenhouse wants to kill black people. It's like, and then they get that righteous indignation. They go out, they share it with others. They rah, rah, rah. They feel great. So look, a lot of these people, and it is kind of demoralizing, but I see them as useful idiots. I see them as manipulated by the system. And I want to focus in on how we change that. How is this system so easily manipulating people into believing fucking nonsense? And
Yeah.
nonsense that's deadly for other people.
100%. And, the Kyle Rittenhouse situation is the perfect example of that. I knew so many people who, you're completely right, were, the
Duped.
useful idiots
Yeah. Anna was duped.
of all this stuff. Yeah. Anna was duped. I knew people like this. My parents were duped, who it's so easy for people to get duped by the insane amount of fake news.
How do we take those people who are responsible for duping these people and put them in the fucking stocks in the middle of the street
Yeah.
so we can all go by and piss in their faces? Like,
Yeah.
those are the people that are responsible here.
Yeah. 100%. Jamin says, shame on leftists for pushing false narratives that are getting Americans killed. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Yes.
Yeah.
Eric Cecil says, left wing commentators are only speaking out for reasons of self preservation. I think it's definitely part of it. Um, I can't read their minds. I think it's part of it. But I do think that there is an element for a lot of them where, people, as I've always said, people LARP until the Civil War happens, until the violence happens. I think a lot of them were engaged in this behavior very stupidly, not understanding their complicity or where this goes. And it's kind of like a jarring wake up call for some of them to be like, oh shit, maybe it makes sense that what I was saying leads us down this pathway. Insensitive says, I need Ace here to tell us how this is actually about gun violence. Also Adam unblock offensive burb on X. I think you mistook me mocking celebrations of Kirk's assassination as totally earnest.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I haven't seen Ace, but I'm assuming Ace is very much against this action. So, Kimberly Moriarty says, "How do we cool temperatures with our media pushing division and our elected officials devolving into shouting matches over a moment of silence?" Why we talked about that? That was fake news, unfortunately. That was being pushed. Caleb says the left needs SSRIs and the right needs ACE inhibitors. United Tribute says, "Hey guys, hope everyone's well. What do you guys think of people bringing up Melissa Hortman as a warning that was ignored and led to Charlie's death?"
I don't know who that is.
Is that the was that the Democrat who was killed? I think that was a Democrat representative that was murdered in Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
But um, I mean, you could say, yeah, maybe it was a warning to people that we didn't take seriously because it was a local representative. It wasn't a national figure like Charlie Kirk, so people just didn't, really registered on that level. That's definitely possible.
Yeah, it didn't really strike at the heart of the American culture because she wasn't a huge figure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our
But
word
yeah,
it says swim.
we shouldn't be in favor of violence, obviously. So
Obviously, yeah. Our word it says swimming in communism internment camps. The Trans Sasquatch says the level of evil I saw on TikTok yesterday was unfathomable. I'm not religious, but TikTok felt as I can only describe as demonic. Yeah, well, listen, that TikTok is such a fucking hive of scum and villainy. Maybe this will finally wake Trump the fuck up to getting rid of TikTok, as we were supposed to do. Why are we allowing a foreign government which has a desire to promote the most horrifying rhetoric and content to American children? Why are we allowing China to mind fuck America this way? Why,
yeah,
like, we literally had the government came in, Congress came in. Congress for once did their
passed a
fucking job
law. I know they did the right
and
thing for
banned
once.
TikTok, and fucking Trump stopped it for either because he liked it or because he was getting some kind of pay or whatever. Maybe this will fucking wake him the fuck up and say whatever fucking bullshit you're getting on the table from TikTok is not worth it. Get TikTok the fuck out of here. Okay.
Yeah.
Telgore says this is disgusting. No one deserves to die for their political beliefs in this country. R.I.P. True. Very true. Memes Friend says, while I was never a Charlie Kirk fan and had many disagreements with him, it's undeniable he was a great and talented man. I've only ever heard good things about him as a person. May he rest in peace.
Yeah.
Knight Galahad says, what do you think is a good argument that Charlie was a moderate Republican to someone unfamiliar with him or viewed him as further than moderate? Well, as I said, I haven't watched enough of his content. I don't know if he really was, quote, a moderate. He wasn't an extremist. He wasn't I don't believe he was a white nationalist or anything. Um, but the question is to me, it's not a question of whether you're moderate or not. As long as you're not advocating for violence, I don't believe Charlie Kirk was advocating for violence. I've never seen it. I don't believe he was advocating for authoritarian, take over the government or anything like that. I mean, I know he, helped bust people till January 6th, but I don't think he was doing it with the idea that they were going to storm the Capitol or anything. I assume that wasn't the idea. Same thing with Rush Limbaugh. Fuck Rush Limbaugh. So I think he's a horrible person, but doesn't mean he should be taken out violently. I don't believe that he was advocating for a violent overthrow of the government or anything like that. It's to me, it's not a question of well, was he far, how moderate was he? It's a question of is this a person who's advocating for violence? Is this person advocating for the destruction of democracy? If not, then you should fight their ideas with ideas, with rhetoric, with words, as we're supposed to in the ballot box, as we're supposed to do in America.
Yeah. I think he was a super Christian and he was advocating for Christian values, which I
Mm-hmm.
think the left just finds completely obnoxious. So,
Messy Tenant says, Vosh, Destiny, and Hassan got what they wanted. Will they be arrested for their terrorism? Probably not. There has to be consequences. Yeah, I saw. Well, it was weird because I said I saw Hassan's initial reaction, was very distraught. I don't know if he changed from that later because obviously his audience was pretty crazy. But his initial reaction was very distraught. Destiny's initial reaction that I saw was pretty shocking. He seemed pretty shocked, but I don't know. It seemed like he also was being super edgy on X. So, so I think that's just, he's kind of put himself in this pit, which is disgusting. Vosh was, I think it was, I think Libertarian Sasquatch sent me some Vosh clip where Vosh was like, he was not, in favor of it, but he was saying pretty gross shit too, like, kind of the whole like you preach hate, you're gonna, get this comeuppance to you, which shouldn't surprise anyone that Vosh is a horrible fucking degenerate on this topic. So
Yeah, they
I don't think any of these people will be
believe.
arrested. It'd be too difficult to prove like a one-to-one causation unless you could show that the shooter was, directly inspired by some of these people. That's why I think it is unfortunately going to come to a situation where I think you're going to have a violent reaction in the other direction to really wake people on the left up to changing their behavior on this.
Yeah, it's a stereotype.
John R says, "Is this the new October 7th test?" Yeah, yeah, it definitely is. Where you go back at someone's X timeline and you see like were they celebrating this or not. That this is definitely the new test. That's true. Adam V says, "Following modern politics fuels my misanthropy." Yeah.
Hatred for people.
Yep.
It is tough. There's a lot of idiots out there. So
Our word, it says stereotypes can be dangerous. Some people perpetuate them like communists. There you go. Jamin says, shame on leftists for pushing false narratives that are getting Americans killed. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Yes. I think I read that one.
a
Super chats
lot
are
of
coming
times,
up
this is
out of
another
order.
thing. A lot of times, anytime the stereotypes come up, conservatives often downplay stereotypes. They often don't think it's a big deal. So
Yeah.
you're kind of fighting. You're fighting against that. I just think obviously the left does believe in stereotypes, does believe in stereotype threat. So they're contradicting themselves when they're saying building all these negative stereotypes of marginalized people are bad, but we're going to build the most negative, toxic stereotype of our political adversaries as humanly possible.
Right. Right.
Because they do believe that that's a dangerous thing.
What?
Conservatives,
Yeah.
not as much, but I mean,
It seems like the right is not super afraid of stereotype threat, which is the problem. And then the left is only afraid of stereotype threat if it's along racial lines, and that's it.
right. Well,
And
they
and more
they
and not even
believe
white people, obviously. They're totally fine with racializing white people, but
they believe that they're shaming conservatives out of conservatism because
right.
conservatism is an ideology that's racist and bigoted and cruel. That's what they believe. So, and I have a tough time with this being some kind of October 7th test because it is their belief that Charlie Kirk would gleefully murder trans people, okay?
Right.
They think he's like that evil, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the it's a rational, appropriate response if someone is that evil. So it's really the
Right.
fucking stereotype that's driving the ship. Like if people are evil pieces of shit, you should do something about it.
Sure. Yeah.
So
That's a good point.
you got to be in this idea that look, they see him as some sort of innocent person and are evil people because they are cheering that an innocent man got killed. No, they don't see him as an innocent man. They see him as a devil incarnate. And
Right.
you yourself would be cheering if the devil incarnate got whacked.
Right.
You would be. And you
Right.
should be. All of us as human beings should be.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why the just everyone needs to get on the same page with what makes someone evil, what makes someone bad, what makes someone irredeemable. And until that gets worked out, oh, we're fucked. We're totally
Right.
fucked.
Yeah.
Look at, and this is the common when I bring up the stereotype stuff about how, and this happened when we were talking to ace about the stereotypes, right? Everyone always on the left says, oh, well, stereotypes about black, they can't help being black people, but conservatives can help being conservative.
Hmm.
So it doesn't matter if we're building a stereotype around them because they can change. The whole point of the stereotype is to make being a conservative so fucking toxic that they have to change.
Hmm.
You think that's a good strategy? You think that's a good pro-social strategy, Sitch?
No,
I think it's fucking terrible.
it's not. Yeah.
And we have to have something like the fairness doctrine where it's just accepted that the conservative philosophy is not evil. It's another perspective on the world that we should think, and it might be useful at sometimes to employ, right?
Hmm.
And the left wing philosophy that people are getting out of hand and fascistic and oppressive and really doing cruel things in the name of conformity, like that's a good perspective to have it sometimes. It really depends upon where you're at in the cycle of society.
Hmm.
So right now things have gotten completely out of hand on the chaos end.
Well, hey,
Anyway.
thanks so much for joining. Discipline equals freedom. Jacob Lloyd says, I recommend The Blazing World. It's about the English Civil War and similarities to modern events is eerie, generational theory at its best, 18.
Oh, whoa, hold on. What's that one?
The Blazing World.
The Blazing
Check that
World,
out,
huh?
Adam. Keeper Grave Ave says, someone said, quote, Charlie Kirk has the same political opinion. Sorry, says the same political opinions as your dad, and they killed him. It's not just people telling others that fascism is on the rise, it's them making common political ideas extreme. That could be a
Yes.
good way to the person asked, earlier, how do you sort of like de-radicalize people out of this Charlie Kirk situation that were advocating for it? Is to bring up, say like, well, your maybe not your father, depending on who your father is, but your father, your grandfather, your great grandfather, they probably believed what Charlie Kirk believed, or even a more what you consider a more right wing version. Do you think that they should have been assassinated? Maybe that's like a good frame to sort of
Oh my God. So
knock
many,
that out of people's minds. Now, maybe some of the young people won't care because
so many people on the left, they're just like, yeah, we should kill grandpa. Fucking grandpa's
I think
evil.
the average person is not in favor of that. There's the crazy people online.
I
The average
mean,
person I don't think is in
hopefully.
favor of that. Yeah.
Hopefully they would just be telling their friends, oh yeah, we need to off grandpa, but secretly they'd be like, I love grandpa.
My grandparents were racist. That didn't mean I like still love them. I didn't want to like see them harmed or something because they're racist.
Oh,
So
well, that you can't say that on social media without being called a Nazi.
no, maybe we got to bring it back.
You've got no principles then. You're not,
I
what are
guess.
you doing?
I guess.
You're weak. You claim to have principles and
Right.
you don't call
Yeah,
out your
exactly.
racist grandpa?
Right.
It's like the purity spiral.
Right. Jonathan Rosler says, what people who support this don't realize is that actions like this will be the very thing that brings about the fascist nightmare they fear. Definitely, that's definitely not, uh, it's definitely a possible scenario. Yes.
The the problem that I have here is that I do think we need to work on resolving this politically and peacefully.
Hmm.
But the left is going to call any kind of solution fascism. They really are. So I mean I don't it's it's a
Yeah, I don't
I
know
don't know
because
how
yeah,
to
the,
deal
the
with
left
that
is very
situation. Like,
primed to say anything is fascism, and right now it looks like the right is priming itself to say anything is capitulation.
right.
Yeah,
Well, look, even moderate, um, maybe prudent reforms, right?
yeah,
Even if they put some teeth into these platforms, honoring their own TOS, right, and sort of weeding out some of the most incendiary voices, the left is going to call this fascism. They're going to say, "Oh, these are the anti-fascist voices that were speaking against these incredibly racist, bigoted people." And purging those voices is fascism. That's
yeah. We'll
exactly
see.
what they're going to say. So, but like I said, I just there's a truth here. I don't Kirk, Charlie Kirk is not the reincarnation of Hitler. And to make him into that is wrong, fucking totally wrong, and was, I would argue, instrumental in getting him killed. Look, we don't know all the facts, obviously, but I just think when we're 6 months down the road, it's going to become more and more obvious that that stereotype killed him. That fucking stereotype killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Those lies killed him.
Uh, our word, it says member 11 September. Kristen Brandon says, I feel only do amendment the Constitution so don't happen again.
Yeah, I don't know how that. I don't know how we do
I
them in
don't
the
know what you would amend,
Constitution.
but Cells Temple says, quote, we're going to war with Chicago.
They're gonna go clean. They're sending the National Guard into Chicago.
I thought, did Trump actually say that? I thought that was a misquote. I mean, he did post that, the Trump team did post out that kind of unhinged meme of like the Apocalypse Now thing in Chicago with like Chicago on fire with him in front of it.
But fighting crime, the left is calling fascist.
Well, the
Putting criminals
framing,
in jail is fascist.
the framing is that, which isn't entirely untrue, is that historically, a lot of ways in which authoritarian regimes have gone after their enemies is to cast their enemies as criminals, right? Is to say you are a criminal, we have a justification for arresting you.
Yeah, that's what Putin does.
Right.
Putin has
Now, I
all the
don't,
police engage in illegal activity, so at any time they can come in and say, "Oh, you're breaking the law."
right. Now, I don't think Trump is going to mobilize the National Guard into Chicago and arrest all the Democrats. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think Trump definitely has culpability and responsibility in heightening the rhetoric when he keeps memeing that shit intentionally to make the left get crazy about it. And then the right leans back and they say, ah ha ha, look at this meme. Because in their mind, they think it's, they understand like part of the joke, or at least they think part of the joke that is going on here is that it's like leaning into the,
Trigger
like
the
Trump
left.
is like leaning into the ridiculous stereotype that the left is portraying him to be. That's how like the right perceives it. The right perceives it as here's Trump making fun of their stereotype by leaning into it, and the left perceives it as here's Trump saying he's going to go do the thing he's going to go do.
Right.
And I think hopefully this would be a wake up call to Trump to stop engaging in that rhetoric. It's not productive at all, and it is just going to further make the left become more emotional and crazy. And it's really not worth it. You're not
At
really
this
gaining
point, what does
anything
he
by
have to
doing it.
gain from it? Yeah,
Yeah, you're gaining
nothing.
nothing by engaging in that behavior. So
Except he's getting even with the Bidens.
right. William Vance, thanks so much for joining Discipline Equals Freedom for 39 months. It says, I think we can accept their apology if they do the things Sitch said. They need to personally apologize for any rhetoric they did that may have led to this. You can't just say the act was bad. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, at
100%.
this point, I would feel great if they just stopped using the rhetoric going forward. So, I mean, I totally agree that it would be great if you could get an apology and an admission of some sort of mea culpa of their part in all this. But
Well, I think I know I would agree in theory if they just stop using rhetoric, that'd be good. But I think they not only need to stop using rhetoric, they need to actually attack the people on the left that are still
that
engaged
are
in this.
using the rhetoric,
Yes.
continuing to use the rhetoric. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which again, I don't think they're going to really do that until there's going to be more violence, unfortunately and sadly.
I guess it is kind of hard to just call out the violent rhetoric in your audience when you're responsible for so much of that violent rhetoric yourself
Right.
without doing some sort of I was wrong.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have engaged in this.
Because you have to kind of give a context understanding to your audience. So
You can just flip on a dime. You're like, I never did any of that violent rhetoric.
there,
What are you
there you
talking
go.
about?
There you go.
You should stop doing it. I never
Yeah, of
endorsed that.
course. Of
Oh,
course.
there's going to
Yeah.
be a string of clips.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Dots Apprentice says, do you think the South Park episode was related? I don't As I said, I don't remember it. I don't recall it portraying Charlie Kirk as like some Nazi or anything. So I don't think so. Jan Javi says even Hassan had an empathetic reaction, and then there's Destiny. When you're such a ghoul, even Hassan comes across as more human than you. That's not great. That's not great. Salty Trisket says you can't take it even further. Why is it not okay to celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk and Brian Thompson, but it's okay to celebrate the assassination of Osama bin Laden? What do you mean? That
Well,
it's okay to celebrate the assassination of Osama bin Laden because he engaged in a terrorist attack that got thousands of Americans killed, and if he had the ability to, would continue to actively kill Americans. I don't understand how you would compare that to Charlie Kirk whatsoever. Or that's what I'm saying. I think the Luigi Mangione thing, makes with the Brian Thompson thing makes so much more sense. I don't, I literally don't understand how you're attaching this to Osama bin Laden at all. Something that we should celebrate. If
well, there
someone
was
is
a
using
bit.
violence against you, actually using violence against you, actually committing terrorist attacks against you, and they die, it's completely fine to celebrate that.
Well, there was a brief moment when the left was trying to make Osama bin Laden sound like an innocent victim of the West and just doing his thing. I mean,
Who? When did that
Hassan
happen?
saying because there was that big TikTok craze where they
Oh,
read his
yeah, yeah, yeah.
manifesto and
Well,
they were
listen,
like,
I wouldn't. You have to be clear. The left, the alt left, did that.
yes, yeah,
Yeah, the mainstream left is not in favor of that whatsoever.
right.
But yeah, Hassan and Glenn Greenwald's piece of shit ass were definitely pushing that stuff. So
Murderers, rapists, uh, generally detestable people, serial killers, stuff like that. I think it's okay to celebrate
right,
their demise. Like, this is why they try to put that stereotype on people. They try to make someone out to be that kind of person because it's okay culturally to celebrate their demise. And Osama bin Laden is just obviously that type of Hitlerian person that you're going to celebrate his demise. So
right,
I don't
right.
get it either.
Ben Riley says thoughts on free speech absolutism. Are influencers responsible for what crazy people do? The left blames people like Tim Pool for stuff like this. So I mean, I said this in the past. Free people that say that I don't. Some people say they're free speech absolutists. I don't think that's a real position. I don't think 99% of people that say that even believe that. It was just sort of like a response to a lot of the woke speech restrictions that were being in place. So I'm somewhat, forgiving of people that say that because, like, if you're a free speech absolutist, that means you're in favor of CP being distributed. That means you're in favor of everyone being able to steal. That you're against copyright even existing as a concept. That means that you'd be in favor of someone being able to buy a billboard that they could put across from an elementary school that displays pornography. So I don't think people are actually free speech absolutists. I think when people say that, what they mean is generally people that are speaking on issues of politics or culture that are not advocating for violence should be allowed, which I agree with. Which I agree with. Um, Now, are influencers responsible for what crazy people do? I think they can be to some extent. To some extent, as the tensions keep ratcheting up and ratcheting up, I think they become more and more responsible if they don't change their behavior. Yeah, I don't know if there'll be any. I don't know if there'll be any legal recourse against those people, but hopefully there'll be cultural and moral consequences which they will change their behavior.
Do you remember Bill O'Reilly with his Tiller, the baby killer, fucking
Yes.
nonsense on Fox News over and
Yep.
over and over again until some psychopath went and killed the abortion doctor?
Yep.
People know what the fuck they're doing. I just we have to have a way to just there be some ramifications for that. I look, I understand that we have to work within the bounds of free speech, but I don't think you can target someone in that sort of fashion and not be culpable when something like this happens. You're basically inciting violence. That's exactly what you're doing. Even as much as doxing, like doxing is inciting violence. The reason that they're doing that is because they're trying to give the tools to some fucking crazy person to go out there and do something.
Yeah. Well, first of all,
Something has to be done where we take these
right.
people and we fucking throw their asses in jail.
So doxing is a good point. Doxing, I think, is relatively easy to solve in that doxing should be illegal. And I think most people would be okay with that. It doesn't really seem like you're infringing on people's free speech rights to be able to be like, this is a person's full name and where they live. It's not really that information is not really relevant to these sorts of conversations
Mm-hmm.
whatsoever. So that should be something that, yeah. When it comes to the other things, even like with Bill O'Reilly and stuff, it does get more difficult because I understand what you're saying. And I would be if someone could present to me, now maybe someone can't, present to me some sort of standard that we could use that wouldn't be abused, then maybe I could be persuaded. I just, as of now, I don't really trust to have a speech restriction. I mean, look at what's going on with the UK right now with their speech restrictions. They're just totally unhinged.
Yeah, this is fucking.
And this was the big thing, starting in 2014 with all the woke shit. It was, you know, I could very well see it. And we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, fuck, you could have some woke president, woke administration that could be, in charge of things 4 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road. Like, any sort of restrict. That's why I'm saying we have to be careful. I emphasize exactly what you're saying, but to be very careful because any sort of restriction that we place on this could very easily be misused by the government the same way UK is to just start locking people up for, giving very milquetoast political opinions.
Yeah, it is a wicked problem because of that situation. If you think about it, I mean, all of the hate speech laws are because they don't want negative stereotypes to be fostered of marginalized people. The whole idea is we have to protect trans people because if there's too much hatred for trans people, then people are going to go out and commit violence against them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the irony of ironies is they're willing to throw people in jail for that, but then at the same time, you can go around and call Charlie Kirk a fascist all day long, and nothing's going to happen. So it is completely just one sided.
Yeah.
So look, I'm not. I think it is. I think it's less likely that there's going to be violence against trans people from things like misgendering and stuff like that. But I think if you're targeting an individual, I think obviously it becomes far more likely. And there's the whole status component that goes with it.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. I
look,
don't know. I don't remember.
I'm,
Like, did Bill O'Reilly get sued by the family at all or anything? I don't know if
I
I
don't
know that.
know. I don't know. I don't know,
Yeah.
but it seemed quite obvious what was going on there.
Right.
And that, to me, it's interesting because that just seems like a giant abuse of power Bill O'Reilly's on Bill O'Reilly's side, right?
Right.
And look, even Hassan was like doxing people recently. That's a giant abuse of power.
Yes. 100%.
I don't. Why do people look to these people as the arbiters of morality when they're just they?
Pieces of shit.
Yeah, everything they accuse Trump of, they do themselves. They'll abuse power at every turn if it
Hmm.
serves them.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Dr. Diller says, rest assured, gang, the shooter showed up to a Charlie Kirk rally, so he must be right wing, and therefore we can safely continue calling everyone I don't like ontologically evil. Yeah, there you go. Uh,
Just one last thing on the speech.
yeah.
It is it is a bit difficult to have these conversations about how to fix the problem when everyone is going to fucking lose their minds when you talk anything about restricting speech. Like
Right.
you've made it kind of a taboo topic that you can't talk about. In the same way the left has made immigration a taboo topic that we can't talk about. We have to be at least able to talk about it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
No, I agree with that. I do agree
oh
with that
look,
completely.
just even me saying anything about it, there'll be like a slew of comments. Oh, Adam wants to censor me. Adam is in favor of censorship, censorship, censorship. That's all they'll say. And
Yeah. Yeah.
it's infuriating. It's like, these are the free speech absolutists, right?
Right.
The ones who are in favor of child pornography because they're free speech absolutists.
Well, so if this continues and nothing changes, then there probably will have to be some change to hold people accountable for, stochastic terrorist stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know what's
of
going to look like,
course.
but Rhythmith says for $4 says this hit me so fucking hard. I didn't really follow Kirk, but everyone knew about him. It was a household name. The fact that this was done public during a speaking event makes it so much more real to me. It's horrifying. The only gun control that could prevent this sort of thing would be a complete and total disarmament of the American people, an impossible and unconscionable idea that fundamentally does not align with our rights and ideals. Well, I mean, we don't really know exactly again how the guy got the gun, but I'm assuming he probably got it legally. And so, yeah, I don't see how gun control probably. Yeah, we don't know. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe he was super flagged and he still got one anyway. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was, he just got it through a completely legal mechanism. And Arithmetic for $4 says, I was heartened to see so many thoughtful responses from large left wing figures online. However, I can't help but notice that many of those same people were engaging in dangerous rhetoric with reckless abandon just prior. I wonder if those people have truly experienced some clarity in this matter. Were they just LARPing their way into political assassinations, or do they sincerely believe the things they were saying before? I think I think it's both. I think people are kind of in that weird gray area. And sometimes very, shocking things can jar people out of their stupor and wake them up to realize what's going on. And sometimes some of them are just full of shit. So I guess we'll see. Time will tell, if these people were sincere or not.
That video of Charlie Kirk is insanely jarring.
It is.
Insanely jarring.
It is, yeah. Which I mean, this might be I don't want this to sound callous, but at least it's such a jarring visual that I think it can help wake some people up to what they're participating in.
If they
And
even
so,
watch it. I mean, I wonder if Brianna Greyjoy even watched it.
I don't know. I feel like most of the pundits watched it because it was, I mean, it was very weird because like, I feel like this was like the video was out on X, I think before it was even really mainstream news. Like
Yeah,
when this like first was happening, if you just went to X and typed in Charlie Kirk, it was like the fucking video was like the first thing that showed up.
yeah.
So I think a lot of people did see it.
I saw it unfortunately, and fucking, oh
It's horrible.
man, it is
It's horrible.
horrific. Yeah.
And on one hand, it's very traumatizing. On the other hand, maybe it's good that we don't shield ourselves from the cruel reality of in danger of the situation that we're going towards.
Well, I instantly thought this is going to be restrictive because people are going to be too terrified to even have these kinds of things take place anymore. Like
Hmm.
it's a horrible thing for America because I mean that it's a beautiful thing. A bunch of young people getting outside and hashing out their ideas.
Yeah.
And to make that something that is just can't fucking happen. What college campus is gonna let this happen again?
Well, Ben Shapiro did say in response to all this, he said he was going to go across the country to college campuses and that he would not be intimidated and that anyone that tried to fuck off. So
Mhm.
maybe that's what we'll see. We'll
He's
see people.
hiring SEAL Team 6
Yeah,
as his
right.
fucking
I,
security.
maybe, but maybe that will be the reaction. Is there'll be a lot of pushback on this to say we're gonna lean into to being here. You can't scare us away.
Well, they did get that Butler kid. I think one of the security shot him in the head, right?
Hmm. Yeah. So good for Ben for sticking to that.
Well, that's good. Yeah,
Yep.
that's great. We'll see what happens when the colleges tell him, fuck you, you're not coming on our college campus.
Right. Maybe yeah. Mike Mills says the left must oppose violence and the right must acknowledge its mistakes instead of shifting the blame, etc. Minnesota guy was a liberal. Pelosi's attacker was his lover. Make an example of those who do political violence instead of pardoning them too. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I do think it's like whenever you have a conflict, the other every side like collects wounds and they want the other side to make the first move to kind of bow down. I do think the left should, especially because of what's going on right now, I do think the left should at this moment be the first to sort of offer to put down their weapons. I don't know if they're going to do that, but that would be nice. The insensitive says I can confidently assert at this point that at least half my online enemies are either dumb or malicious. Weird watching people I know celebrate it though. It's both. It's both. People are very dumb and malicious. It's the most dangerous thing in reality is the dumb, malicious people that run rampant. TZC3 says, my mother in law did not know who Charlie Kirk was and said she felt bad about his death. After finding out he was a Trump supporter, she said she takes back her feelings. We Americans have a lot to work on. Jesus Christ. That's okay. Well, maybe we're more fucked than that. So,
Yeah, I heard. Obviously, the media was talking about how influential he was in getting Trump elected, and I just thought they're signaling to their audience that this guy deserved it, and it just
right. Right.
it's very sad that we're there,
Hmm.
but
Yeah, maybe it's
that's the general reaction you're going to get.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's so simply tied into just sort of how polarized we all are now about Trump that that's all that matters, which is very sad. Andrew Bear says this glee has a direct link to the left lowering the value of human life, starting with the acceptance and glorification of abortion to Luigi. Um, I mean, obviously, I think people shouldn't glorify abortion. That's fucking weird, but I completely disagree with you. I don't think the acceptance of abortion whatsoever translates into how people view life afterwards. Because the left will say the same thing. The right, the left will say, well, you don't care about all these children that are, trying to immigrate to the country and you're putting kids in cages and are dying and, are you sending them back, to die or whatever. You don't care about human life whatsoever. So I don't think I don't think you could say that because people are in favor of abortion, somehow they don't have a good sense of the worth of human life. I'm in favor of abortion, and I think I have a pretty solid stance on the worth of human life and not throwing that away. So
Well, and
now with
they
let me just say with the Luigi thing, I agree with that. I do think the mentality around the Luigi thing has a more direct line of like, okay, if you're gonna celebrate someone killing someone for a political reason because they're a CEO, I think that's a short hop skipping away to a political pundit or a political commentator like Charlie Kirk.
they also say that the right has no love of human life because they support capital punishment and the left doesn't support capital punishment. So, and they
Right.
also obviously they don't want to let us incarcerate mentally ill people who are hurting people. So I think they're like way overvaluing some human life
Right,
to
right, right.
some extent to the point where it's detrimental to society. So I agree with Sitch that I don't see the connection and even connecting it to valuing human life. Yes, some human life should be valued. Some human life should be precious. A lot of the reasons why uh, the right is against abortion is because we're talking about innocent human life, right? But
Hmm.
there's a lot of not innocent human life that I think the left overly values that we should place absolutely no value on.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's incorrect to be like one side doesn't care about human life. Both sides care about human life. They just care about different human lives. As you were saying,
Yeah,
like the left says, oh, the right's evil. They don't care about the homeless people wandering around on the streets. They just
right.
want to, delete them all. So yeah, that's just how it is. Sketch for $5 says end wokeness lives with TikTok and Ian Miles Chong, among many others, need to be pulled away from their computer screens. Their agitation is making it 10 times worse. Yeah, they're all completely being unhinged, calling for bloodshed and war and civil war and all this other stupid fucking shit online. So
That's completely irresponsible. That is
yeah,
completely irresponsible. So many people with these huge platforms are just fucking irresponsible.
yeah, yep. I mean, and I will say it's even though obviously it's really bad when and wokeness, I think is Jack Posobiec, or at least that's the theory, and live to TikTok, who are both American, but it's even worse in my mind with fucking Ian Miles Chong, who's not even fucking American. It's just
Yeah.
inserting himself in this conversation for money. It's just disgusting to me. So
Yeah, Back to the free speech being a taboo.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with deplatforming Ian Miles Chong? Like,
There
that
you
guy's
go.
a fucking menace to society.
Yeah.
And he's not American. All he does is comment on American politics. All he does is trying to wind people up. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's true. Caleb says liberal Democrats are largely condemning the killing, as am I. The leftists are cheering. Of course, there's no distinction made, like how there isn't a distinction made between Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes. Yeah, that's definitely going on.
Oh,
Ben
of
Riley says
course.
thoughts on influencers that are pacifist and anti-violence that don't condone what happened, but also don't care that he's not alive anymore. Like, would we care if Bernie or Hassan had this happen? If you're, I mean, I don't know who you're specifically talking about, but if you're a person who claims to be a pacifist and claims to be anti-violence and you don't condone this, and you're just saying, well, I don't condone it or condemn it, but I just don't care it happened, then I'd say then you're like a fake pacifist. You're not really anti-violence. You're just a hypocritical piece of shit liar. So that'd be my take.
Hmm.
You have to actually stand against this stuff. If you're gonna say you're anti-violence, you have to actually stand against this stuff.
Yeah. That's a bit of a contradiction, isn't it? I don't
Lando Big,
I
yeah.
don't know about the people who just don't care. Just don't give a fuck. Obviously, it's cold and callous,
Mhm.
and they're inhuman. We should hate them with every fiber of our
There you
being,
go.
but
Exactly right. Irony.
but
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Lango Big Mac, thanks so much for joining the Fuel Seekers. Sade Ray says political hatred is becoming organically grown by informal networks and associations rather than major media or commentators. Media calming down may not work, and you can't stop these networks. I think it would definitely. I mean, I agree with you that it's growing through these informal networks, but I do think if media and internet media made an actual push to calm this stuff down, I do think it would have an impact and an effect. These are focal points that people gather around to gain community with. So, like, think of it this way: like, how many people are, they meet each other by like, oh, I'm a Hassan fan or I'm a Nick Fuentes fan. Like, they meet each other by kind of binding their interest around specific commentators very often.
Yes, yeah. And then they try to outdo themselves with saying unhinged things. They
Right,
get in an unhinged contest with one another. And since most of them are young boys, that unhinged contest goes off the charts, right?
right. Dan Richards, thanks so much for joining Thrill Seekers. God's Joke says, I don't think this event will break the brainwashing of people who bought into the leftist dogma. The only people socials that say he didn't deserve this are center normies, leftists are celebrating. Yeah, I don't, and sadly, I don't think this event itself will break the brainwashing. I think there's going to be more violence before it gets to that point.
Yeah. My big question is if you even can break the brainwashing, or we just have to wait till these people get old and
Age out.
die.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, they're one of the I guess one of the positive elements is very often when things go crazy, the younger generation seems to always rebel against the older generation to some extent. So, you know, maybe they'll
Yeah.
they'll get tired of
Yeah.
this.
Younger people are more conservative now because of that, I think.
Yeah. Overseer's log says this incident has led me to outright push people out of my life due to support for political violence. This radicalism needs to be excised. Very true.
So
Plantation.
casually they endorse it too. It's really disheartening, but
Yeah.
they don't give a fuck. And also it's if they believe that this is a bad guy, then that is the proper human response.
Right. Well, that's what they need, and that really should need to be the message that's put out there about why it's so dangerous. Because what you're saying is true. And that's why I think it's not. If they just say, "Well, I'm not in favor of political violence," that's not good enough. Because like, well, you can't say you're not in favor of political violence, but then say someone is a literal Nazi. Because you're like, well, they were a literal Nazi who's trying to make America, fascist dictatorship. Then you should be in favor of stopping them through violence. What do you mean?
Yeah,
So
exactly. Well, and they are saying that implicitly.
yeah. Plantation Sensation says, up until yesterday, I was moderate. Well, I would hope you would, throughout listening to your stream, could pull you back a little bit. So because I don't becoming radicalized or extreme isn't really going to solve any of this. It's just going to make things worse, especially if people turn to violence. Whichever side jumps to widespread violence first is going to lose the conversation in the public sphere. Adam Milne for Two Canadians says people bragging about being radicalized are shameful. It's very true. It's very true. JMac says it's easy. I don't want Hassan, Destiny, Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, etc. to be taken out, despite if you find them or their beliefs reprehensible. If you find glee in murder or if any pun or politician you see as opposition, then you and I are not allies. There you go.
Yeah.
McGore for 31 months says, don't have a joke or anything really to say, just sad. I hope things improve from here. Yes. Us too. Not an FBI says they're the difference. Pal, the right calls out bad crowd while most on the left welcome evil. So who's the better side? I just vehemently disagree with this, but I feel like we've talked about it throughout this whole stream. Colt Hammer says it's not just the media Sitch. Academia is being used to reprogram the youth into hating their country and the right. Yeah, that is a good point. And I do think, and maybe this is where the legislation would come in. Now, I don't know if I trust Trump to do this correctly, but I don't know, maybe he could. Is better than nothing. I do think that there needs to be something done, probably legally, but against these college courses and college professors that are literally teaching children to be radicals who hate their country. And I'm fully in support of doing something to stop that because it's just so destructive and so despicable.
Yeah, I don't see how it's really any different than it's like putting some sort of class together to get people to hate any demographic, right?
Yeah, 100%. And that'd be the example you gave. You say, okay, why is it the left or the average person wouldn't say that we should allow college campuses to teach classes where they teach everyone that black
The
people
Jewish question.
Yeah, that Jews are inherently evil and demons, that black people are inherently criminals or whatever. Like, so why are we allowing these classes that teach that white people in America, the society is inherently evil and racist and bigoted?
Yeah. Or conservatives are innately bigoted and
right. Makes absolutely no sense. Robin Windwalker says, I work with people who hate my puns, but we're cracking jokes about a man dying. The ghoulish lack of empathy for him is depressing and eye-opening. Wow. That is depressing.
Yeah, look, a lot of people fucking hated this guy because culturally that's what they turn him in. They turn him into a fucking terrible person in the public's eye.
It's probably so much just as the person was saying, just tied into Trump. He helped Trump win, so he's evil.
Yeah, because they think Trump is a Nazi. Where did they get that from? Oh my God.
I wonder who taught them. Says I have to get back to work. I'll watch later. In these turbulent times, remember Rule 12: pet a cat when you see one on the street. Be safe, everyone.
Oh yeah, that's good. Good advice.
Very true. The Justice 36 months says, I'm tired, boss. As a Democrat, I've condemned political violence, but the right seems to thrive off of it. January 6th, the Minnesota Democrat shot the attempt on Governor Shapiro. Listen, I understand that it's very difficult for you to see the justice. Just as it's very difficult for some of the right wingers in our audience to see. It's so difficult to see that while you personally, as many right wingers in our audience personally, have condemned violence on your side, and you see people on the other side don't condemn violence, you just have to understand that's everybody. That is everybody. That is everybody. Okay. There's so many people on the left and the right that are willing to support violence for their own purposes and only condemn it when it's, against someone on their side.
But there's a huge problem here look, you're saying, but the right seems to thrive off of violence. So you're basically putting the right in a situation. Now, look, no, we're not going to say there's no violent element on the right, but you are saying that an innate part of the right is violence. I mean, you're basically saying it in your super chat.
Yeah.
So how are you not how are you not embodying the stereotype that the right is irredeemable, the right is violent, and nothing can be done about it?
Yeah, that's true.
There are good people on the right who are fucking not violent. Charlie Kirk was one of them.
Right. Well, and especially now when you see so many people on the left the far left or whoever left, cheering this on.
This is, look,
So
this is an excuse. This is an excuse. This is a, oh, the left can be violent because the right is just, that's all they are, is violent.
yeah,
Our violence is just little violence. Their violence is just epic. I mean, that's what you're saying. Look, and I think that's what you believe. I think that's honestly what you believe. So,
yeah.
what do we do to change that? I don't know.
That's
So,
why I said it doesn't. It doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right. It doesn't matter. The wound collecting will only bring you to the path of destruction and death. You just have to stop like the whataboutism. It doesn't matter. You just have to always push for the correct course of action.
there are bad people on I hate, there are
On
bad
all
people on all
sides.
sides.
Yes.
Exactly.
Forever. Yes, of course.
There are bad people. Yes. And those bad people are tribalists as well. And they take a side and they're bad people. And sometimes they join your side and sometimes they join the other side. But it just, they can't become invisible because they join your tribe. You have to realize, okay, these people are still pieces of shit.
Yeah. Crack Rock
Yeah.
Steady for 41 months of discipline equals freedom says the amount of people cheering Charlie's death is deplorable. The pivot to gun control is opportunistic. The calls for war escalating. It really feels like a line has been crossed by both sides.
Well, we'll
It does
see in
feel
a
like that.
week.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
We'll
mean,
see.
I thought we'd be talking about the train stabbing for
Right.
a month now. Now it just seems like, I mean, we're going to do some murals of the girl. We had a political strategy. Now,
There
who
are going to be
knows?
murals of the girl and Charlie Kirk everywhere now. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, his wife is going to love that.
Yep. Ascendiate Media says none of the left have seemed to consider what it's like for these students to know that some of their peers want them dead for their beliefs. Yeah, that is fair. But then it's like, yeah, they have the whole idea. Well, they want trans people dead, right? This is just how everyone justifies this shit.
They
So I'm
do,
saying
yeah.
the wound collection, it just never works.
Everyone wants everyone else dead.
Yes. Dan Schneider says, "Will there be an attempt in response to this?" I think there would be. I think there will be. Yeah, I don't know against who. Obviously, I don't support it, but I think there will be.
I don't even want to imagine that. I'm hoping that this is a huge turning point, and I mean, Providence calling his organization Turning Points, and
Right.
people take this to heart and actually start moving in the direction that Sitch is talking about with calling out this violent rhetoric.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Halcyon says Chris Gore of Film Threat said it best. Quote: "We as a society have become addicted to anger and outrage." That's 100% true.
Yeah.
100% true.
Well, we became addicted to fast food too, but we're kind of getting past that. So maybe we can get some healthier habits.
Yeah. Sade Ray says liberals and the left generally think Trump is a fascist or an authoritarian. Even good faith liberals like Jesse Singal call his presidency a crisis. They really do see Trump as a threat to democracy. Well, first of all, I think Trump does his best to not to as I said, to trigger the left into thinking he's a threat to democracy. So I don't think you can sit here and say, well, Jesse Signal and even me and other people are foolish for thinking the guy who literally tried to throw out half the country's vote and demand himself president again, it could be a threat to democracy. The guy who continually, again and again, seems to be shitting on existing principles and laws to try to do what he wants, who is suing people for speaking out against him, who's trying to force lawyers who sue the government to not be able to practice law. I'm sorry, but you cannot honestly say that Donald Trump is an innocent baby angel and the left is completely unhinged for being afraid of the threats of power that Trump is engaging in currently. That is not you if you don't see that, you don't see that Trump is definitely engaging that behavior and all the memes he puts out there just makes the left go crazy. And I think it's intentional. Then that's your own political bias. That's your own political bias. So I would really hope that Trump will take this as a time to say, okay, we all need to tamp down the rhetoric, including myself. And maybe these memes, or I post a meme of me in front of Chicago on fire as Apocalypse Now. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe I'm only hurting, the country instead of helping it. But we'll see.
I think people are happy that they have a president that's active and is going to react to this and do something about it, even if it's just some sort of executive order or some sort of policy shift. I mean I agree with you that obviously I would love him to embrace it more presidentially and without all the rhetoric. I don't know if it's just some part of his personality that can't be separated from his active role.
Yeah, I want the people, because there's some people in chat who are like, who become so defensive at any sort of criticism of Trump, to just take a moment to breathe and to try to have some reflection of what I said. I did not say that Donald Trump was responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. I never said that, and I would never say that. I said that he's contributing to ratchet up the feeling that the left has of the danger that the country is in. And you know this, and I know you know this because you like it. You laugh about it. You like the memes. You like how Trump trolls the left. You understand this in that context.
Well,
Okay.
their response would be that they're going to have that same triggered response if he just blows his nose.
But that's a cope. That is
Yeah,
a cope.
I completely agree that they're going to have the same response
Well,
if he just
that's a
blows
cope.
his
I'm
nose.
sorry. That's a 100% cope because we know what we don't live in that world. We've never tested that out. We don't know if that's the
Mhm.
case. Okay. We don't live in that world. And people can try to cope and say, well, they called Mitt Romney bad names and George W. Bush bad names and all this other stuff. That's all fine and good, right? Rush Limbaugh called Bill Clinton a demon, 20 fucking years ago. Okay. People said Obama was a socialist, 15 years ago. This is just the way politics is, right? And I'm sorry, some of you maybe are too young to remember this. This is just the way it's always been. Um, but if you want to actually jump out of the matrix and have some objective view here, you cannot sit here and tell me that in terms of rhetoric and in terms of people's fears and ratcheting things up, that Donald Trump is an innocent baby angel who didn't do nothing bad. That is just so not true whatsoever. And you're not actually viewing reality objectively if that's the way that you're going to argue it.
He has a better shot in his second term because a lot of people have come to terms with the fact that he's president and he's a two-term president. He's got a lot more respect as president in his second term, probably because of the feat of doing a two non-consecutive term presidency. So if he did turn over a new leaf and decide to be more presidential, the left and the left wing media is less likely, far less likely now to spin it as he's a fascist Nazi. I don't know that they could get away with another Charlottesville situation now. So he could move in that direction. I don't know that he
Right.
will, obviously. I don't think
I
he's
hope he
going to.
does. I hope,
Yeah.
listen, I hope he does. I don't know if he will, but it would be nice. So,
But that would be my response to the common response that even if Trump was a perfect angel that the media would spin whatever he does
right,
out of proportion. They've done a lot less spinning what he does out of proportion now. Really, they've
right.
kind of left it to the David Packmans of the world and the Kyle Kalinskis of the world to like run around with their hair on fire at everything Trump has done.
Sure,
So,
sure. Hayden Dill says, I'm hating the use of they shot him on X right now. What? Are people like trying to do pronouns for this guy or something? Is that what you're saying? That's pretty
oh,
silly if that's the case.
they're trying to say it's a trans shooter.
I don't know. I don't think it was a coincidence that the person shot and killed Charlie Kirk right when he was making some comment about, you know, violent, trans people being violent in regards to the Catholic shooting that just happened. So
Do you
I
think
think
he
that the
had an
person was,
earpiece and he was listening live?
I think so. I think the person was probably there the whole time and was listening and waiting for the most, gross time to assassinate him.
Yeah, it seems like that shirt they were wearing seemed like camouflage. Obviously, they
Mhm.
Everyone's looking at that shirt. He's got a shirt with an American bald eagle and an American flag.
Right. Oh, Hayden
So
says,
everyone can say he's a
oh,
conservative. Look.
I misunderstood the super chat. Hayden's saying they're saying like the left shot him, like as a group.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's just people that are psychotic. So that's just people trying to drum up the Civil War nonsense. Yeah, that's really bad. It's not good. Mo Mothman says, so happy YouTube gave me 0 notifications for this. Love you guys. Yeah, everyone's been saying YouTube's been really
Yeah,
bad
hit or miss.
recently. So Real Whole Standard says you could lower the standard of evidence for defamation, which would make it easier to sue people who use lies to make you a target. Yeah,
And that's
I mean, again,
something I would be willing to discuss.
I'd be willing to discuss it. I don't know enough offhand to on the spot agree or disagree with it, but
Hassan's
definitely something worth
entire
discussing.
career is defamation, just defamation of people, lying,
Right,
fucking lying, 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 lying about people.
right. Ukala, thanks so much for 3 4 months. Discipline equals freedom says they use sticks and stones because the words he said hurt them. R.I.P. Charlie. Yeah, exactly.
So sad.
Non FBI says how many times do left have to defend monsters compared to how the right calls their own out, such as shooters, murderers, and other such monsters. I don't. It's very frustrating when I have. I mean, I guess it'd be as frustrating if I was talking to someone on the left about this exact same issue. It's very frustrating when everyone on the right was mocking Nancy Pelosi's husband being brutally attacked. And, he literally was getting hammered in the head, could have very easily died. And so many people on the right were making fun of that. Charlie Kirk was making fun of that. Okay. So I'm sorry. I don't want to hear the sort of whataboutism that you want to throw out there about, oh, my side is the innocent baby angels and their side's all wrong. That's not true. You're just blind. You're willingly blind to the bad things your side is doing because you just can't accept it emotionally.
Well, some people do call it out, obviously, and we don't know
Some
if the
people do.
person.
Obviously, this super chatter is not one of those people.
How do you know they didn't call it out?
He just said no one on his side does anything wrong and that they always call out the bad actors on their side,
Which would
which is
imply,
factually untrue.
well, he could have called out the people who
No,
were
no, he didn't
making
say
fun of it.
I did. He said
Hmm.
everyone on the right does.
Yeah, but he says how the right calls out their own, as in,
Okay, this is a fact claim. That's why I brought up Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked, where Charlie Kirk and men, including Donald Trump Jr., were making fun of it. That's not how
yeah,
is that
look,
calling out the attack? You understand that doesn't make any sense?
I do, but the
Okay, so
right
I don't
and the
understand what you're trying to.
left all have a bunch of people in them, right?
Yes,
And some people on the right, maybe the super chatter, could have called out people who were making fun of the Nancy Pelosi shit.
okay,
He
I'm going to
could have
say this and then
called
we're going
out
to move on
people
because you're
on
not
his own right.
understanding what he said and what I'm saying. Okay. And I'm not
Mhm.
really going to, this
Why are
person
you,
is not worth
hold on, why
arguing
are you
with you
getting
about this
angry? Why are you
because you're
getting
not
angry?
listening to what he said and you're attacking me on this, makes no fucking sense. Okay.
I'm
He
not
said,
attacking you.
listen to me. He said broadly that the left is defending the monster and broadly the right calls out their own. He didn't say this thing about individuals that you're saying. So I don't know why you're pushing back on me on this. Okay.
Because if anyone on either side calls people out, then people will make the claim that broadly we call them out and they will
Yeah,
think,
and
well,
they're
I
wrong.
called
That's what I'm
people
saying. I'm
out.
saying they're wrong to say that.
Okay.
It's a wrong fact claim.
I think we should encourage anyone to call it out. So
Obviously, we
I
should.
don't want to discourage perhaps a super chatter who did call it out and should call it out.
Okay, whatever. Sketch for $5 says step one, remove monetization from social media. Step two, platforms actually enforce their TOS when these lefties break the rules and give them the boot. I mean, I don't think we can remove monetization from social media. Maybe that was the problem with X, but I definitely 100% agree with step two. Definitely 100%. Knight Galahad for $5 says exactly, Adam. I'm so happy to see actual Justice Warrior calling him out that a while back on Twitter for his role in it over the years. Yes. Lucian Satchwell for $5 says, I get left and right both through the name calling, but anecdotally, the left seems to have far more effective demonization machine. Um, I think the left, I feel that way too, and I think it's because the left seems to have a much broader control of various institutions. Like I think the right is just as effective at demonization, but they feel, and maybe it's wrong for us to feel this way, but they definitely feel like they're in more niche areas of the internet. And maybe it's wrong because obviously Donald Trump won the fucking election and the entire government is controlled by the Republicans, so maybe it's not the case anymore. But in terms of like the broadness of the internet, the broadness of the media, the broadness of academia, obviously the left controls that at a far greater thing. So
I agree with Libertarian Sasquatch about the
yeah.
demonization machine. I don't think there's anything comparable to the fine people hoax on the right. There was obviously when Rush Limbaugh was demonizing liberals and fucking Fox News was talking about Tiller the baby killer and stuff like that. But I don't think that situation exists now.
Yeah, there wasn't like a meme idea that would had its that had its like hooks so deep into the mind that was one unifying thought as the Charlottesville thing that the right had, like regarding Biden or something. That is definitely true.
I mean, they a portion of the right went around trying to call all of the left baby killers and whatnot, but I really think, I mean, obviously Trump stood up to that faction during the election and just said, if we continue to go to the mat on abortion, we're going to lose elections. Like we have to be realistic about this. So
Mm-hmm.
that would make the whole all everyone on the left is a baby killer attack not as salient, obviously. But the left is still using the everyone on the right is a fascist attack because it is effective. Everyone on the is a fascist racist.
Right.
So I think that's why the demonization machine that they have is going to stick around is because it is politically effective.
Yeah, the racist accusation is a lot more effective than the
Baby
communist
killer or communist, yeah.
allegation because in America we never had, we had a time period where we were controlled and fought a war over racism. We never really had that with communism. So
Yeah, nobody's
that's
worried
true.
about being called a communist. They're like, "What? I
Yeah.
thought that was a good thing."
Uh, Cole Hammer says we need to criticize ideas and not people. That's very true. Oh my God says, anybody know where Destiny was at the time? Oh, terrible. He was actually live streaming because I did see his live reaction to the
Hmm.
to the whole situation.
I
So,
didn't see that. Only saw Hassan's.
Damalus for 41 months says, what are your opinions on what seems to me like people deflecting with the Colorado shooting and whataboutism? Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. People deflect. I think people deflecting the gun issue in general is stupid. So, Michael Dover Dad says, read Shu's tweet on stream. It really sums it up. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I did see Shu was very disturbed, rightfully so, by a lot of people on the left that were, taking joy in this and saying this was okay and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
She
So
did a really great tweet. It's super long though. If you're gonna read it, it's like
I wasn't going to read the whole thing, but
massive.
yeah, but it was a
Is
good
that the
tweet.
tweet you're talking about?
I'm assuming that's the tweet he's talking about, but
She's where she says these people would cheer if I was killed. That's the
yeah,
tweet. Yeah.
yeah. So,
So true. Yeah.
unfortunately, her husband, I think, had one of the worst tweets in response to this.
What
So,
was it? Oh, okay.
uh,
Well, let's not call him out.
I mean, it had like 25,000 likes. It wasn't some like minor tweet. It's not like no one didn't see it. So,
Okay. Well, what was it then? You brought it
um,
up.
well, I think, listen, I'm willing to give charity because as Noel was saying, people are very angry right now. But, there was a cover, the New York, or not New York Times, the Time magazine, they had some cover and it had the picture of Charlie Kirk, like right before he died. And it was in red, like blood red. And it said, enough, the killing of Charlie Kirk and the epidemic of American political violence, which I thought, like, that's good. Time magazine is going to cover the issue. And so I think that was good. And then, Eudaimonia was criticizing this, saying like, oh, these people think they can throw a punch and then throw their hands up and say the fight's over. And to me, that
Oh, that's not
mentality,
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that mentality is
That's
just
not good.
like just saying, okay, we need to have more violence. We have the revenge. I mean, I just it's totally the wrong attitude to have about the entire situation. So,
Yeah. That's not
uh,
good.
not good. PC for 36 months. This one equals freedom says I never really watched Charlie Kirk, but thinking about his two kids makes me really upset. I hope something positive can come from this tragedy. Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Yes.
DeSil Will for $5 says, was he a fan of Trump or did he just want Republicans to win? Are you talking about the shooter? I mean, I'm assuming the shooter was left wing. If you're talking about Charlie Kirk, obviously Charlie Kirk was a massive Trump fan who, you know, did a lot of political things to help him get elected
Yeah.
twice. So
Who's the he in that
I know
super
that he
chat?
was. I assume everyone here would have some grounding assumption of Charlie Kirk, but I could be correct, incorrect. Metatron for $5 says, I'm done with the Democratic Party. I didn't join for this violence. I'm not sticking around to argue with those who keep defending it. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be very politically homeless after this. So,
Yeah, I would have a tough time voting for a Democrat at this point.
Kumbi Madra says, frustrating reading X right now. Kirk got shot and leftist blast their celebration. All right, that one. Yeah. In response, right, alludes to retaliation, left wing de-escalating. I talked about that already. Bob the Hun says, do you think someone will do this to Destiny? I don't think so. I hope not. So I don't really want anyone else to get killed, but I think something is going to happen. I think there's going to probably be attacks on left wing politicians in response to this. Would be my thought.
Destiny's responses seem so strange to me because obviously Destiny does these live events quite often. So
Right.
I don't know why he's not
You think
conscious
he
of the
should be
fact that
concerned?
he is
Yeah.
going to
Right.
be in this situation
Right.
eventually. Yeah. But, maybe he just thinks he's immortal and
I don't know.
he's not hated by so many people on the right. So I hope
Maybe.
nothing happens. Look, I don't want anything to happen to anyone. Hope this is like the turning point where everyone is going to realize it's time to give peace a try.
Right. Barry Bruiser, thank you for the $100. Says all of my coworkers who usually never talk politics are mourning Charlie Kirk today. They shouldn't have to take his death to come to this. We'll disagree on another day, but I'm glad most Americans, minus rage farmers, can come together in this. Keep up the great work.
Well, that's good news. And if Sitch
Extra.
is right and not many Americans even know about him, then they don't know the negative stereotype and their first introduction to Charlie Kirk is going to be a guy who's married with a wife and two kids and was a good father, someone who was there for his family.
Right.
And they'll be respectful of that and not think he had it coming.
Yep. Mo Mothman says it's important to give left wing pundits who are responding appropriately the benefit of the doubt, not jump down the throats. Treating them like psycho lefties will only make things worse. That is true. That's true. It's a
And
trust
look,
but
a
verify
lot of
situation. So, you say, I agree with you. Now, change your words into action, right?
not only the pundits, but also the fucking brainwashed NPCs.
Yes.
Because I don't know how to deal with them, but shaming them and trying to change their minds or it's not going to work. You're not going to get through. They believe
Right.
something that is part of them, and I don't know how you fix that. So
I'm sure Sasquatch says the Vanguard boys did the whole, it's sad, but he was saying evil shit. I'm not surprised. The Vanguard boys unfortunately seem to become, or maybe they were very radicalized.
and they're
So,
young. They just seem like foolish. They seem like
yeah.
foolish kids who don't really fucking know anything and are out there just trying to get a lot of views.
Yeah. And that's kind
They're
of the problem is that, when you have creators who, because I think they like really became more popular just shitting all over the Young Turks. So
Yeah,
they
so they
definitely,
did it over and over again. Yeah.
right, right, right. Yeah. So, our word says the Anarchist Expulsion Act of 1903.
Is that our solution?
I mean, I don't know what that says, but I could guess from the
Are
name of
we
it.
for
So,
cleaning up the streets, Sitch?
yeah, there you go.
Are we gonna
There you go.
expel some anarchists?
Yeah, yeah. Raymond Sandamuthri says the problem is that people are radicalized on issues. If you really think God's a genocide, Trump tried to steal the election, or his actions are authoritarian, you will start to hate the other side.
Yes,
That's
of
true.
course.
Yeah,
That's the point of making people believe that.
right. Guess who says I appreciate? Well, first of all, I mean, the Trump did try to steal the election, and I believe that, but I don't advocate for anyone to violence. So I do think you can believe these things and still believe in the process of America and democracy and the importance of that things. So guess who says I appreciate the response. I've heard of next to no violence coming from the right. So it's a sincere question. I've heard friends talk about violence as the answer, so I know the sentiment is there. Yeah. Bankeeper says, why can't I call the GOP fascist? They have called the left worse. That's what I'm saying. It's gotta be some sort of disarmament from both sides. I do think the left should disarm first on it. I don't know if they will, but I think it would be nice if it came from the left first. I think they kind of have to come from the left first because of the way the environment's set up. So
And I mean, why didn't you just include what they called you, what the GOP called the left? Why do you say worst? Why can't you let us evaluate if it's worst or not?
mhm.
Right? What's worse than fascist?
Pedophile.
I mean, there was the groomer thing,
Yeah.
but I think the groomer thing was fully in response to being called fascists and Nazis. I'm not sure they would be calling you groomers if you weren't out
I
there
mean,
calling them
well, the groomer
fascists
thing
and
was about the
Nazis.
whole trans stuff, so I don't know if it was connected to the fascist thing. But
Well, I do think it was a response to being called Nazis and fascists constantly. So,
sure. But who knows? That we don't
it's
have the
like,
what if machine to make that determination.
right. But look, I would like to know, is groomer worse than fascist?
Well, yeah, I think it could easily. If I think the difference would be that it wasn't as wide. I think the argument would be groomer and pedo is obviously just as bad as fascist. The difference was it
Mhm.
wasn't as widespread. The people on the left calling people on the right fascist was far more widespread and far more entrenched in the mainstream left.
Yeah, you
I
have
Yeah, I
AOC, a
don't think the mainstream
congresswoman.
right got to the point of calling the left broadly pedophiles.
Right.
So
What Congress people called use the groomer label uh,
there was some, but
constantly?
as I said, I don't think it was as
Did they?
widespread. So yeah,
AOC constantly is using the fascist
I could
label.
bet you could
Constantly.
find Marjorie Taylor Greene calling the left
Groomers?
groomers
Okay, well,
at
maybe
some
Marjorie
point. So
Taylor Greene.
yeah,
Maybe Laura
so
Boebert. She probably still
right.
calls everyone groomer.
Yeah, but I agree with you. It definitely the whole fascist authoritarian thing was far more broadly widespread on the left. So that's definitely true. That's why I'm saying I think the left should uh, lay down their arms first because I do think it was more widespread. Night Galahad says, I remember back in the 90s and 2000s calling Clinton soft and open to the commies and Bush, like Hitler, wanted to go from mudslinging they did for the sake of the game to what people really believe. And it seems like a lot of, well, it's two things. I think it's a lot of it's just the internet and what we were kind of talking about with, back in those days, there was some level of game playing and respectability that was controlled by institutions such as newspapers and TV. And now it's all gone out the window with social media. And also just because people were in a much better situation, I think, in those days in terms of their own lives, in terms of having a job, in terms of making money, in terms of being in relationships with people and owning a home. I just people, as people have more strife in their lives in terms of their job and what's going on around them, their romantic life, it's gonna, that anger and that animosity is going to bleed out into all realms, including politics. Creature JK says, what are chances that this is an act of a foreign power, i.e., Russia, who on the same day sent drones over Poland? So chaos to freeze decision making. I think I said this earlier, but I don't know if you sent this before or after. I definitely think Russia took advantage of this to like send out the bots to, upvote all the incendiary tweets on both sides. I would be very skeptical that, Russia or some other foreign power would have done the actual act, done the actual activity. I'm pretty skeptical of that. So, but we'll see when they get the guy.
Yeah, Trump should do something about those Russian bot farms, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Kumbhi Mardra says in the Philippines, there was Catholics mourning Charlie Kirk's death while leftists are castigating them as fake Christians blind to their privilege. Jesus. Faithful Strand says a lot of people are losing their jobs over the last 24 hours because they're not smart enough to shut up sometimes. Yeah, I did see there was like massive doxing and finding out people who were cheering this on. So definitely a
Some
reckoning of some sort for those people.
some woke DC writer lost her job, lost
Yeah.
her book, which fucking great as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
That's good.
Good job.
Lethal Strain says a lot of people. Oh, there was that one. Kimberly Moriarty says to clarify my chat when you get there, I was more talking about the house devolving into a shouting match as opposed to why shouting match occurred. Gotcha. Yeah, that was the whole, the whole prayer thing talked about. So I gotcha. Rita says, do you predict the pundits on the left will change their behavior after this event? Not after this event. No, as I said, I think there's going to be more violence, and maybe then they'll change their behavior once it starts hitting people on the left. Sadly. And an alien, well, as long, well, we'll see. I don't want to make too many predictions here. An alien says, I really think it's going to be bad over here. Everyone will be lucky that Trump lived last year, but I think this will very well could like the powder keg that uh that was a mistype, I don't know who that is, was talking about. Stay safe, guys. Yeah, it's definitely a fear, definitely a concern.
It'll
Groundkeeper
be
says that
better if
Charlotte,
we like 2 weeks down the road.
yeah. Groundkeeper says the Charlotte protest was racist. Donald Trump said there are good people on both sides. Yeah, I mean, he did say he said that right after that he said he was not talking about the neo Nazis and that he condemns them wholly. So I agree. Donald Trump was fucking dumb for even saying that there are good people on both sides. He should never even say the statement, but he did clarify immediately afterwards in that statement in the same time and said he was not talking about the racists. He was being spun this sort of narrative by people that like, oh, they were just, all the people that were just protesting against the statue removal for whatever, legitimate reasons. So
See, but Dragon Keeper doesn't know any of that stuff. Dragon Keeper believes that Trump loves neo Nazis.
yeah, well, yeah, their giant didn't know that, or they think that there was like some kind of dog whistling going on, which I don't think there was. I don't think he would say I denounced. He's literally said I denounced the Nazis fully, or whatever the framing was that he gave them. So
I'm not talking about the neo Nazis and the white supremacists because I condemn them totally, is what he
there you
said.
go, which to me is a very clear statement. So
Yeah.
Abor3659 says you guys should cover a video by Soy Pill. That guy seems really dishonest and called Ben Shapiro racist over George Floyd. Yeah, I really do not like Soy Pill, and maybe we'll cover some of his content. So
That'd be
JV
fun.
for, JV for 4 months says discipline equals freedom. Says Reddit and Blue Sky are disgusting and easy places to find those disgusting comments. That is true.
Yeah.
That is
Fuck
true.
yeah. Oh my God.
Rita says someone at MSNBC cheered for this with disgusting comments. It's broadcasting on everyone's TV. I think the opinion is pretty common, which, that guy got fired. So that's good. MSNBC fired that guy.
And he thought saying that disgusting shit was going to get him a promotion. He was like, oh, this is exactly what they want to hear.
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
lean in here.
Yep. Batman's pet goldfish says, what if it's your only sibling that says this stuff? Well, gotta try to de-radicalize them.
You've
It's
got
rough.
hope. They're
Got hope.
actually family, so they
Yeah,
might actually respect your opinion.
right. You could try this. I mean, if you want to, you sit down with these people and without trying to be very offensive or not, I should say defensive or aggressive, sort of get to the bottom, like what is it that's motivating the behavior? Is it because I would imagine it's kind of what you're saying. Most likely it's they truly believe that Charlie Kirk is a fascist, authoritarian,
Yeah.
and so that would be the justification.
They believe
So
he would murder trans people in their sleep.
yeah,
That's what they believe that Charlie Kirk would do.
Caleb says the ATF and law enforcement are now backing away from the claim bullets were found with illusions of transgender ideology. Really? Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Did that actually happen?
I
That
don't know.
really? That's it. Like if that actually happened, like these people, what is this? The fucking Keystone Cops? Like Jesus Christ, what the fuck's going on? If that's true, that's crazy. Okay. Well, um, I think that's the one. Witosk says I would never suggest this is quote all Trump's fault, but I don't know what incentive the left has to tone down when the first thing out of Trump's mouth is that this was quote a left wing assassination, and they haven't even caught the guy. Well, I don't remember exactly what he said. I was kind of distracted in that video. There's that really weird video everyone's talking about the Trump's comment because not everyone, a lot of people thought it was AI, and it is a very weird video in terms of how it visually looks weird. And I don't know. I don't think it was AI. Don't get me wrong, but it looks odd. Like the color is weird. I don't know what was going on in that video, but I mean, it was. It depends. I'd have to go back and listen to exactly what he said. If he said it, if he was saying broadly like this is like the left's assassination, then yeah, that's just heightening up the rhetoric. If he just said that the person doing the assassinating was left wing, you're right. We haven't caught the guy, but you know, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that's probably the case. So,
I don't
but I
remember
understand your
from the
point.
thing. I did
Yeah.
listen to it, so
Yeah.
but we
Mason
could
Jordan says, I
watch it
heard from
again. I
some
don't care.
people yesterday in real life who have family with kids who saw Charlie die while crazy leftists dance on his family's misery and saw themselves as Charlie. Wait, I heard from some people yesterday in real life who have family with kids who saw Charlie die while crazy leftists dance on his family's misery and saw themselves as Charlie, not people with nothing to lose. Oh, yeah. You're saying that you were interacting with people who have family and kids who empathize with Charlie. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
people who have families definitely this hit differently than people who didn't. So
Right. Charlie 54 says, Adam mentioned in the intro, quote, I don't know what to do. I'll say that what you both have been doing with this channel as streamers is impactful. How you two behave and what you stand for is a beacon of light. Love you guys. Well, thank you. That's very
yeah,
kind of you
thank
to
you
say
so
that.
much.
We really appreciate
I
that.
mean, we try to be reasonable.
Yeah. Cosimo says, counterpoint today acknowledged that his rhetoric demonized Charlie and justified his death because of the policies he promoted, then compared him to jihadis. Oh, wait, did he say that he acknowledged that he demonized Charlie in a way that was bad, or I don't understand what you're saying. Or you're saying that he acknowledged it but then doubled down on it. It's unclear from your super chat. But
Well,
I'm assuming
co-
I don't think counter. I would imagine. I would imagine counterpoints is against Charlie Kirk being killed. I don't think he would be in favor of this action. So uh,
yeah,
yeah.
I listened to part of his stream, and I mean, he wasn't showing much empathy for the situation. So
Oh, he really? Okay. Well,
I
maybe
was,
I was wrong about
yeah,
that.
I was surprised, and I mean, I agreed with a lot of the things Counterpoints said. Obviously, Counterpoints is like a bit brash. I think probably more brash than me,
Mm-hmm.
but I do think he has kind of a realistic perspective on the political dynamics of it. I
Mm-hmm.
think I didn't hear this particular part that the super chat is referencing, so I can't really comment on that. But obviously, Charlie Kirk was super instrumental in getting Trump elected, and Counterpoint was against Trump, so might have said horrible things during the election as Charlie Kirk was trying to get Trump elected. So
Yeah. I mean, I did see that counterpoints was very disturbed, which I was equally disturbed by too. People on the right on X that were calling for a civil war and for revenge and violence and all this other
well, that
shit.
yeah,
So
that's the stuff that I agree with. I totally agree with that. Yeah,
yeah,
we got to
yeah.
tamp down the rhetoric. So
Which unfortunately Elon Musk was participating in himself. So that's always great, right?
yeah, look, I agree a lot with counterpoints. So I don't like he's a little bit more brash than I prefer, but I don't
Mm-hmm.
know if he's pushing people in the generally right direction.
Right.
That's a good thing. A heavy sigh, huh?
Yeah,
It's just a terrible situation.
it
Uh,
is.
If I think we'll be in a much better place in 2 weeks. We're on the back to back nature of these two horrific stories. It's building and building a kind of
Yep.
existential dread in people.
Yeah.
Now, look, you after the story of the Ukrainian woman who was stabbed, everyone's like, "Well, I can't ride on public transit anymore." Now you can't even go out in public to some sort of concert or anything without
Yep.
thinking, "Oh my God, there's going to be a fucking shooter."
Kissel says in the video from the crowd, there's a guy cheering meters from Charlie Kirk. Seconds after the shot, eyewitness claiming it was another one. Jesus Christ. That's psychotic. I think those people should be named and shamed because that's fucking despicable.
Really?
You know,
Oh my God.
if that's true, I don't, I mean, in the video, you know, kind of not really looking at
The,
what people in the crowd were doing at the time. So,
these people are going to these things to confront evil. That's the way they conceptualize this.
yeah.
What the fuck? This is why was bringing up the fairness doctrine, because at least it says, okay, well, this is a fair opponent on the field, right? You're basically somewhat endorsing their opinions.
Yeah. We need to, there was something that happened. Here's where you should give John McCain so much credit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is really what we need. We need John McCain again, not in terms of obviously a lot of people don't agree with his policies. I'm not talking about his policies, but in terms of him being very hawkish. But in terms of, there's that very famous moment from the debate where, or not the debate, from he's at some political rally and some
Yeah,
old
where
lady is like,
yeah,
Obama's a radical Muslim terrorist. And he's like, no, no, no.
he's a good
He's a
American.
good American. He's Christian. We disagree, but he's, not a, terrorist or whatever the line was. And that's really the energy we need again in politics, and not only from our politicians, but from our political pundits as well.
Yeah. So when somebody says Charlie Kirk was a fascist, they say, no, no, he was a good Christian family
Yeah,
man who loved his wife and kids.
right.
He was a good American
Yeah, who
who
we
believed
we
in
disagree
free
with politically, but
speech.
not a fascist.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But not an authoritarian, not a violent man. Yeah. We need
Yeah,
someone to come out and do that. Maybe Kyle Klinsky will do that.
that would be nice.
That'd be great.
That would be great. Dr. Ziller says, I think it's telling that even people like Hassan and that turbotard Twitter Evan were denouncing this. To me, kind of goes to show that they know they're LARPing to a degree, funnily enough, almost like the first tower falling and people kind of realizing in silence that they're on the precipice of a new paradigm. They're not as ready as they hype themselves up to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Hassan just sees himself as a huge target. He was like, oh my God, I was supposed to debate this guy in public.
Right.
What if there was someone there to shoot me instead of him?
Right.
That would be
Uh,
totally lame, bro.
An alien for $20 says, also I'm behind the stream, but I don't think we should let people get away with saying how bad this was when before this, there were all sorts of language to dehumanize him. I saw a few people calling out for that already in X, and let people memory hold what they said as some sort of language is as what has led to this tragedy. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying. Like, if someone offers like that this was bad, that's a good first step. Say first step. Don't smack their hand away and throw them down a flight of stairs. But you say, okay, that's a good first step. Now you need to actively show that you're going to, go forward in a way where you're not going to continue the violent, dehumanizing rhetoric politically. Because if
Yeah.
they, as I said, if someone just says, "Oh, this was horrible," and then the next day they're just back to it, then fuck those people, right? They're full of shit.
Everyone I confront with the greedy, cruel, racist stereotype immediately says, of course, I don't believe Republicans are all greedy, cruel, racist. Of course, I think there's good Republicans,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't believe them for a minute. They, in their heart of hearts, they believe all those people are evil. They do, but they
Yeah,
don't want to publicly say it. It's just kind of this covert game that goes on.
Because they know it makes them look bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, look, I'm a reasonable person. Of course, there's reasonable people.
yeah.
But then you hear them on their live streams and they're like, oh, yeah, of course, all Republicans are evil, all genocidal evil maniacs.
Board 3659 says my history teacher frames Palestine versus Israel as one-sided shoots. Yeah, that's like most people, unfortunately. Very one-sided view of the situation. Reed S says disagree with him all day, beat his opinions in speech with your own opinions in speech. He was effective, and that's why he was demonized and then deleted. I mean, that's definitely part of it. I would agree, it's definitely part of it. But he was very effective.
Yeah.
RBGH fam says we all have radical views to someone, military, abortion, capital punishment, ideology. Quote, politics is a continuation of war by peaceful means. That's a great point.
It is a
That's a
great
great,
point.
it's a
Yeah.
great way of phrasing it. That's very true. Because without this, yeah, without this, all there is just war and violence.
Well, this is why I think it is important to build bounds of friendship with people that you do disagree with ideologically, because then it allows you to see them as human, even though
Hmm.
they have various opinions that you might yourself find repulsive or radical.
Yeah.
I just every look, everyone is trying to do the right thing. That's another problem that I have, because when you see these people as just celebrating evil because they're evil people, that's wrong. I mean, they see a completely different image of Charlie Kirk that is not a good person. And I mean, we should celebrate when not good people are bad things come to not good people. I mean, that's what we
Yeah.
should be celebrating. It's just the difference is, the problem is they tend to lionize the people who are actually committing crimes and doing horrible things,
Hmm.
and demonize the people who are trying to live a traditional life and do things the right way.
Yep. Roadside 311 says I wasn't going to vote in the midterms. Didn't support Trump on Epstein, Israel, and the Iran bombing, but now I'm voting Republican down ballot. R.I.P. Charlie.
Yeah, register to vote in the midterms, because the midterms are going to be a big deal, especially with this kind of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
way to voice your disapproval is not through endorsing violence. The way to voice your disapproval is to show up at the ballot box and vote these fuckers out of office.
Hmm. Apathetic Ape says the left has created a world where if we become a fascist state, people will be blind to it or even beg for it just to fix the problems the left has caused. They are truly manufacturing their enemy. Sadly, I do not think you're mistaken.
Yeah,
There's
it
there's
is.
some truth to that. Yeah.
And it's scary.
Yeah.
That's not a hopeful message, but
Yeah. Doorskip says we should really highlight people on the left that showed class about this. She had a good response, and H3 even cried good on them. Yeah, that is true. I didn't want to, so I didn't want to do like the whole um compilation of bad reactions to the situation.
yeah, this
But
is not
yeah,
the time for it.
yeah, it's not, which unfortunately a lot of people are doing on X at the moment. But yes. King Ranch said, Adam can't force me to care about Charlie Kirk dying. I don't condone it, but what the right all want us to get on our knees and beg for forgiveness. Release the Epstein client list. Fire Adam. Make Sitch great again. Wow, look at that. Well, as I'll
Yeah.
say to King Ranch was right. I think I've been saying repeatedly throughout the whole stream. You know, one side has to lower the weapons first, and I do think this moment it should be the left that's lowering the weapons down first and trying to move forward, trying to be a to actually if people are going to claim to have the moral high ground to actually be the moral high ground. So
I mean, I'll bet you $20 that King Ranch is a Destiny fan.
I I would not take that bet. You're probably right because you're probably correct. Dalia says it was also crazy how fast the news of this spread here in Australia. My parents knew about it and brought it up to me unprompted. They are not political people. Wow, interesting.
I mean, I saw it on the financial press, and I mean, everyone was talking about it. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
it
it's
is.
ubiquitous.
It is a huge story. Yeah. So,
It's a political assassination. Oh my God.
yeah.
Fucking, how is this not a huge story?
Well, the fact that it's such a huge story that spread, I mean, that's a good thing in terms of getting people to take it seriously. So,
Well, the question is, how pervasive is this stereotype of Charlie Kirk being a Nazi,
right,
right?
right.
So if it's just 10% of the population that believes that, and you've got 100% of the population being exposed to Charlie Kirk for the first time, I think this could be huge in reversing this this weapon that the left is constantly using of making every Republican out to be a Nazi.
Nomad says it's funny that you brought up doxing. Destiny, one of his orbiters, use an excuse to dox if they are doxed themselves or if they're slandered too much online. They call it self-defensive doxing, actual brain dead behavior. Wow, wow. Well, I would say, I mean, I don't think you should do it. I think if someone is serially is doxing other people, then they get doxed. People are trying to say karma, but in terms of like slander online, that's way too broad a category. What does that mean in terms of doxing people? So don't dox people.
But this goes into the targeting thing. They don't
Yeah,
want to be targeted, and they're rebelling by targeting other people. Uh,
right.
retribution,
Yeah,
targeting. So we have to make it just so you can't target people. Like it's just not that's a no go zone.
yeah. It needs to
Don't
be
fucking target people.
not culturally rewarded. Zero says, I was unaware of Kirk's influence. A good amount of teens at my church were pretty messed up about it last night.
Yeah, he was a
Interesting.
huge Christian. That's the thing. I don't know how,
Yeah,
obviously we're not Christians, so we're not in that world, but it seems like he spent a lot of time doing the youth pastor thing and stuff.
right, right. Uh, did I read this one? Yeah, did I read this one? Reed S says, thank you, Adam. That's my biggest issue. I just don't know how to solve this, and I hate censorship.
Well, yeah, I agree. I totally agree. We got to figure it out though, and we're gonna have to talk about censorship. And I just having a categorical taboo on even talking about it, I don't think is a good idea because that's not
Right.
how you're gonna get to the solution.
Jake Sauce for 39 says, hey now, I just want to say thanks y'all for keeping such a moderate space here on your channel, unlike the extremism that led to these tragedies. Well, thank you
Yeah,
for the words.
and seems like a lot of
Abyss,
people needed this.
yes. Abyss Walker says his last word he spoke was the word violence. Yeah, it's very dark. I read that one. The Alaskan Knight says for 23 months says it's genuinely horrible what happened to Charlie. I was shocked when I heard the news. Some of the jokes on Twitter were morbidly funny though. Well, okay. Kristen Brandon says look up Internet Today's response. What is it? What is Internet Today?
Yeah, that's got to be incendiary.
Yeah,
Internet today.
it sounds like it'd be. I don't know what the Internet Today is,
Don't
but
go to that website, Sitch.
yeah.
I
Oh
guarantee
no,
you're
it's a
gonna.
YouTuber, I think.
Oh, okay.
So okay, I'll check it out. Hennessy for 2 hours says Dean Withers gains respect from his reaction. I didn't see what was his reaction. I didn't actually see it. So
I
if
didn't
he
either.
is speaking out against it, that's good, obviously. He says, let's see, the violence has to stop. Nobody deserves to be a victim of gun violence, including Charlie Kirk. This is disgusting and heart-wrenching. I pray Charlie Kirk is alive and makes a full recovery. Obviously, that was before it was announced, but gun violence is never okay. Keep Charlie Kirk in your prayers. And he has like a 1 minute video. So yeah, that's good.
I mean, it is just it's so strange because part of you can't believe Can't believe this even happened.
Yep. He said, Charlie Kirk is dead. My thoughts and prayers go out to his family who were in attendance at the rally. This is sick, deplorable, and incredibly sad. If you do not condemn this, fuck you. If you want to end gun violence, you can never celebrate it. Yes, I mean, we need everyone. Everyone needs to be that strong. And then keep it up, though. You can't just need to keep it up every day until this shit is just not accepted. So, so yeah, good for him. Lookerick says the most dangerous thing is certainty. If you're certain Trump or Hitler is if you're certain Trump is Hitler or supporters are Nazis, anything is fair game. We need to battle certainty. Leave room in our thought process that we might be wrong. That's a very that's a fantastic way of framing it. That's 100% true.
Yeah.
We do have to battle certainty. Unfortunately, the difficulty with battling certainty is that the human brain is wired to want to crave certainty. Our brains desire so strongly for everything to be certain, and you have to train yourself to be comfortable existing in an uncertain space, which is very difficult to do.
Well, I think this is why humility is thought of as a virtue.
Yes.
It's because humility kind of trains you to think I could be wrong in this situation. So,
Yeah. Dean is doing damage control. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people that say like, "Oh, these left wing people are doing damage control," and they may well be doing damage control. That's why I said you have to see where they go going forward. If, they make the best words now and then they just go back to doing all the same demonizing, next day or a week from now, then yeah, I think it's fair to say these people were full of shit and just doing damage control. But if they actually change, then they need to be applauded for it. And I think people need to, instead of just slapping them down saying, fuck you, you're doing damage control, I think the more productive response would be to say, put your money where your mouth is, change your behavior, stop using demonizing and dehumanizing rhetoric when talking about the right.
oh man, JMac for $50. Trump asked by reporters, how do you want your supporters to respond to Charlie Kirk's death? Trump, he was an advocate of nonviolence. That's the way I'd like to see people respond. Good answer. Reported
That's
on DW Twitter.
that's fantastic.
That is
That's fantastic
fantastic.
if
Yeah.
he said that. So very very good on Donald Trump for saying that. That's great because that's exactly the message of leadership that we need from the president. 100%. So that's great. That's very good.
Yeah. Tone down the rhetoric.
Yep.
And it might work this time.
Yeah.
Hopefully the media won't come in and ratchet things up. Maybe they'll actually respond.
Ocean Sasquatch says, my sister-in-law said she would care if her dad was shot and killed because he supports the Second Amendment. The screenshot's been sent to the whole family.
Said she would care if maybe wouldn't care.
It says would. Or did you mean wouldn't? I said wouldn't care. That's really fuck. If your
Yeah.
sister-in-law was saying that, Jesus Christ.
I mean, why would you screenshot and send it to the whole fam? Oh,
Yeah. I'd be like, she's crazy. Right.
of course. Yeah.
The Real Halsander says, I agree that Trump is a threat, but also the left has spent the last 50 years marching through institutions that this didn't start with Trump. Even if Trump was never president, we would be here. I mean, I think if Trump wasn't president, things would be a little cooler, but you are correct. The left has marched through the institutions. The far left, the alt left, has marched through the institutions and poisoned it. And we definitely need a fix for it. And if Donald Trump can do that, that would go a long way.
We
So
need a realignment.
yeah.
We got to find out if Zero Fucks has a microphone because I really want Zero Fucks to come on the show now. That
Why?
guy, I think he's really smart.
Zero Fox is very smart. Yeah, he's very smart. He always says pretty insightful things, I feel like, and good jokes. So
So he had a tweet where he uh, basically was talking about generations theory.
Oh,
in
that's
a
why.
way.
That's why you're like, oh, okay. That's why you
Yeah, but
like.
he actually put some evidence behind it with building these populations of foxes and sheep and how the populations change over time
Mm,
because the foxes start winning and then the sheep start winning, and it goes into that, strong men create good times
right,
create
right,
weak
right.
men. But he mapped it out in the populations of foxes and sheeps, and I was thinking he should come on and talk about this because this is brilliant. This is kind of what generations theory is, and this is why they call the generation who is the hero generation are the people who are adults 20 to 40 when the cataclysm hits, because they're the ones that are most influential in society, and they're the ones that need to step up. So that's why millennials right now are the hero generation, because this is fucking the shit hitting the fan, and we need people. We need heroes. We need heroes
Hmm.
now, desperately. Just like
Right,
we needed heroes during World War II.
right.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true. There's some community note that's claiming that that picture of the rifle might not even be a murder weapon. So I don't know. Everything's in fog of war at the moment
Oh,
in terms of
really?
information. So
They're leaking bad shit.
yeah, who knows what's going on here? Fog of war. We're all in the fog of war at the moment about the information. Kyle Lacey says thoughts on the standard quote too many libel, slander, or call to action suits against you that you lose means stochastic terrorism charges next time you use this rhetoric. More nuance required, obviously.
Too much libel, slander, or call to action suits against you. Yeah, this. I mean, it's got to be something along the lines of incitement. And I don't know if there's going to be like a three strikes. It seems like we're in a situation where people, I mean, they focus on one individual and they target the fuck out of them. So,
Hmm.
I mean, it would be a complete reversal of the situation now, because like obviously the defamation laws work against you if you're a celebrity or a public figure. The barriers to proving defamation, people just assume that public figures people would be talking shit about and defaming all the time, right? There was a big barrier to prove that.
Right.
But now we're in a situation where multiple smaller people can just build this kind of targeting of somebody and really destroy their reputation in a way that is dangerous for them.
Chatfather says Pelosi had the cam footage of the bomb breaking in. She withheld it, and people theorized about the nudist. Well, first of all, number one, that wouldn't justify people making fun of it. And then number two, even when the footage, I don't remember how long it took, but even when the footage and the information came out, none of those people apologized whatsoever or said, oh, we were wrong about it. They just kept joking about it and give a fuck. So, Cameraman 502 says, I'm a conservative, anti MAGA, parentheses, and our side isn't innocent, but this is a moment for the left to examine themselves, and the right shouldn't be required to genuflect to their faults for the left to do it. Yeah, I agree with that completely.
I do
I
too,
think
yeah.
that's a very good way of putting it.
But a lot of people on the left obviously want that. They're like pivoting to the whataboutism.
Yeah, the tribalism and pride is very difficult for people to swallow or get away from. So,
But I would ignore those people because there are some people that are so incensed by this that there's definitely receptive people out there. So why waste your time with people who are just going to be like,
mhm.
this is all Trump's fault. This is all the right's fault. They fostered this environment.
Martin MD 12 says, I've seen some online say this is the generation's 9/11. Thoughts on this? I was born after 9/11, so I wouldn't know. Also, keep up the great content. I do think this is going to be impactful. I do not think this is 9/11 scale of impactful. That was insanely shocking to people when it happened, so much so that everyone came together very patriotically like every car on the highway had the little, if you remember,
The
everyone bought
flags,
those.
yeah.
Yeah, people would buy these flags that you could put in your car windows and you saw them everywhere. And then obviously it changed the entire uh, thought process of America in terms of security, in terms of how our airports function, in terms of how we deal with foreign policy. It led to various wars. So it's an important moment. I think it's going to change things. I don't think it's near the scale of 9/11 massive terrorist attack. And if you just think about it from the terms of scope, the idea that these two massive, the two, I think they were the tallest, I don't know if they were the tallest at the time, but they were the tallest buildings at some point in time. These two buildings that were the tallest buildings in the world at some point in the heart of New York City, to be, attacked by terrorists, which led to thousands of people dying there and then thousands of people dying afterwards from all the toxic chemicals that sprayed in the air. It was just insane. So,
Yeah.
Simon O'Leary says, Jez Sweet Charlie, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Sadly, yeah. Dr. Adam Refriend, Brigadier General, says breaking news. There are conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk claiming the event was planned. Alex Jones even reported that a book had been published before it happened, fueling the conspiracy. Okay, well, I mean, does that surprise anyone that Alex Jones believes that? So,
Well, and it's not surprising that
yeah.
someone would plan to make it look like a conspiracy. So,
Well, I'm assuming the shooter planned it, right? Especially if it was
yeah,
the person with the
of
SoundCloud.
course.
Um, but because obviously they had to plan it to, be on the roof and do all that stuff. So,
Yes, yeah.
but it's going to be one of those things that they're going to, whenever they catch this person, it turns out to be some crazy Antifa guy or something, and they're going to say, oh, he wasn't the real shooter. There was a second shooter. It was some government, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's just obviously that's going to be the direction some people are going to take it no matter what comes out.
A lot of times they want to hide details because they don't want to glamorize the shooter. They also don't want copycat shooters. So,
Right. Just to
it's
give a
that's
how
a
to guide of how to do this
yeah,
again. Yeah.
that's a tough line to walk. So,
Right. M8566 says, are adults really going with the quote, but they started our argument? That's a great framing. It's a great framing because, yeah, they are. And it should be seen as that level of
childishness.
childishness, but they started it. It's like, okay, well, someone's got to end it, right? So that's really what's happening, sadly. And it's true because I see it whenever I like see people and I interact with people and I see them online and in real life that kind of go with that. You can kind of get the vibe of childishness, exploding out of them. Dr. Adam, refrain a bigger general, says, I hate the idea of people losing their job over politics. Ban or mute them on a platform if you want. Making someone lose their work or life through doxing isn't right. Let the free market of ideas decide, not a cultural mob. So I agree and disagree with you. I agree that people shouldn't lose their jobs over politics as long as their politics are in the purview of not advocating for violence or harm to people, direct harm, not the sort of words or violence bullshit harm, which is why the left was framing it that way. Before the woke shit, the reason the woke people like framed wars or violence and all that stuff is because before that, there was a very clear delineation in what was acceptable, and it was advocating for violence was not acceptable, and everyone understood that, and that's why the woke left, in order to try to get people in trouble, had to try to redefine everything to be violence to do that. But I think if a person is cheering on murder and cheering on taking authoritarian control of the government and whatever, and they get named and shamed and they lose their job, I don't know, maybe I think we maybe that's a good thing. I'm not sure. I think I'm not sure how you disincentivize that behavior otherwise. If you just say, okay, well, everyone could just go be crazy everywhere. The danger is people obviously taking it out of control, which is what the left did, but there has to be some limit. I don't want if people are running around advocating for pedophilia, I'd say the same thing. Those people should be named and shamed. So I don't see how people running around advocating for political violence are any different. Asriel for 15 months says, I already overheard people laughing and saying Kirk had it coming. I'm beyond disgusted. I mean, he had kids. He died for what? Thought crimes? Yeah, it's very disgusting.
I'm back. I don't know if you knew. I
I
disappeared.
didn't know, but
Oh, you did know?
I figured when he didn't react, but it's okay.
Oh, okay. Did you say something to me?
I
I
said
was.
Adam was the smartest, bravest person I ever know.
I doubt you said that. That's
That's okay.
impossible.
WT1F 1A, WTF 1A 1A says, one thing I have trouble understanding is the misquote of Kirk's statements on gun deaths being a price to pay. Are the left doing it by mistake or not? Um, I don't. You have to send me what the misquote was. So I'm not familiar. I know people were throwing around some Charlie Kirk quote about him saying that, like, well, is it something about that having a Second Amendment is going to mean that there's going to be, like,
You
some
haven't
amount of
seen
people
that
that
clip?
die.
Oh, they're jumping on that clip.
No, I've seen the clip. I haven't seen the misquote that the what WTF was talking about. So
Okay.
the comment on it. The Cisco says, not to sound pompous, but as a father of a young child just like Kirk, you guys can't comprehend the secondhand trauma I feel for his death. It's just horrific. Yeah, listen, I understand it. I understand it completely. I understand what you're
I
saying completely. Yeah,
it's yeah.
it is horrific.
We don't have the situation of, thinking of our child that will grow up without us, which I'm sure that's what you're focusing on. So, I mean, I
Right.
agree to some extent. We can't empathize with it as wholly, as totally as you, since you have a child. I mean, we do our best. So, it's fucked up. Like immediately, I thought of the conversation that mom is going to have with the 4-year old, because that's going to be a tough conversation. That's going to be a fucking bear of a conversation.
Right.
Those kids obviously they don't understand. I lost my grandmother when I was very young, and I still remember to this day my mom like sobbing all night long, crying all night long, and my 4-year-old brain trying to figure out, like, I don't understand, because my parents told me that she got hit by a car, and
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking, I mean, why didn't you just lie on the ground? Like my experience was hiding under cars, right? So it's just it's
Right.
torture. Yeah, it's
Yeah. Yeah.
torture. So I'm sure, like she's trying to have that conversation with a 4-year old who really doesn't understand how the world works and is not going to understand for probably at least a few years.
Right.
Fucking nightmare, nightmare.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, we can empathize to some extent.
The Wooster says, talk to a normie center left friend of mine who implied that Kirk had it coming by being a demagogue and wanting to repeal the Civil Rights Act. Jesus. He claimed my view of moderate right was wrong. Yeah. Well, this is exactly what we're talking about. Is exactly the problem. Is this sort of
Did I
like
mean
rhetoric about this, all this stuff.
was did Charlie Kirk want to repeal the Civil Rights Act? I find that impossible to believe.
I don't
There was
know.
I saw some tweet from some black kid that he had mentored.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if he's mentoring some 12-year-old black kid, I mean, what conversation does he have with the black kid about repealing civil rights, right?
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
just
I don't know.
that's so
I,
fucking weird.
I don't know what his comment was about it. I'm not familiar with it. I know a lot of people have made arguments,
Hmm.
which I disagree with, where they talk about, they think the Civil Rights Act, is what led to woke stuff. So he might have made some arguments similar to that. But obviously, saying that would not justify. Because the thing is, people, if he had made some comment like around that or like that, people would assume that means, oh, well, he wants black people to be, segregated or something. Like that would be the
Yeah,
implication
no,
of
of
the
course,
statement
yeah.
that people would think, which I don't think for a second Charlie Kirk was in favor of segregation
Segregation,
or
yes.
something like that. So, uh,
Yes.
Azrael, Azrael says Trump will no doubt use this event to grab at more power. If you force people to make a choice between their safety and their freedom, they will always choose safety. The left needs to learn this. I mean, I hope you're wrong. I'm I'm glad with Trump's comment about nonviolence immediately. So I hope you're incorrect.
I mean, obviously he's going to use it to grab as much power as he possibly can. That's what politicians do. So
Okay, well, I'll try to be a little bit more optimistic. We'll see.
it depends. I mean, what's he going to use the power for, though? Obviously, I think he wants to like
Sure.
clean up the streets and stuff like that. And I think
Right.
obviously the left is going to spin that as fascism.
Right.
So, but look, if Trump can clean up the streets, I'm in favor of that.
Stug for $20 says, "Here's an orange chat for the orange man's answer." Thank you, Stug.
Yeah, he did a good job.
Josue Calihero for 26 months says, "This is a horrific time for our country. Hug your loved ones. Keep fighting the good fight." It's very true.
It is true. Yeah.
Yeah. JMac says, "If people are looking for non-political content to escape into, I've been enjoying the podcast Creepcast by Wendigoon and Papa Meat. They read spoopy internet stories and creepy pastas. It's a lot of fun. Might be up your alley." I like Papa Meat a lot. I watch his normal content. I think he's very funny. I'd recommend it to everyone. They do just like random general trend stuff that's going on. I don't really listen to Creepcast because I don't like uh creepypasta stuff. But if you do like creepypasta stuff, then that would be right up your alley to
Yeah,
listen
check
to.
it out.
Apathetic Ape says, "Is it worse to respond like Destiny or to say the nice words but keep up the rhetoric? I'm on the side of the latter, condemning the violence and passively promoting it." I mean, they're both really bad, obviously. I disagree. And I understand a lot of people have an idea where they say, and I get the argument. They say, "I would prefer the person to be honest." You know, I hear this about people say like people are racist. So, like, I prefer if the racist person is honest because at least I understand what they're standing, where they're coming from. And I get that argument and I get people's inclination towards that. The reason I disagree with that is even when people are lying, which isn't good, but even when people are lying, there is a difference. Think about it this way. There is a difference um, existing in a society where people, even if they're lying about it, understand that the Overton window is in a position where they cannot advocate for violence or horrible things in a society where the Overton window is shifted so far in one direction where they can openly advocate for violence and horrible things. Those societies are going to look very different. So I get the argument against it, but that's why I prefer even the people lying, because at least that means that your society's in a better place.
Yeah, this is why we erect taboos around things where
Right.
you just say it's kind of off limits to talk about that because it's not socially acceptable, which is the idea behind the Overton window.
Yeah.
So if Destiny comes out and says detestable things, I mean, look at the situation with Destiny. You've got a bunch of Destiny stands that are just going out doing the same thing, amplifying the effect. I
Hmm.
mean, I would rather have Destiny lie to his fans and not be creating an army of other detestable behavior.
Right. WTF1A for $5 says they are misquoting that video. Sorry, hard to be clear on limited budget, limited characters. Yeah, no, I mean, I understand that they're misquoting the video. I'm sorry, I don't know what the misquote is offhand, but it's not really surprising that people were misquoting it because he made that comment. But like the comment he made, I don't know when he made it or his response to, but it's a comment. There are certain comments that people make that you go, okay, that's fair. But when you see them, when you see it, you go, okay, that like people are going to take it out of context or twist it around or whatever. There's just some element to it that's, ripe for that sort of behavior.
I think you can get more characters on Streamlabs too if you
That's true. You can get more characters on Streamlabs and we get more of the money. So it's always good.
yeah.
It's in terms of like whether people are doing it intentionally or not, it's hard to tell because this is what I've noticed on X. One of two things happens. Either there is a person who dishonestly, intentionally misquotes a video or something, or they like in their mind, they summarize it in a way that makes it more incendiary, what they think is like the true meaning of it. And then they promote it on social media. And then people see that version of it and then they all just kind of run with it, assuming that's the real version of it. So that's how I've always seen these things kind of spread like wildfire.
Yeah, it's usually misinformation. But
Yeah.
once that misinformation is in there, It's impossible to get it out. It's like when you push the cork down in the bottle, and it's like you're like, oh shit,
Yes. How do you pull
you
it back out again?
you can't get it out again.
Right.
You're just
Right.
fucked. You're like, that's it. That's
Hmm.
what they believe now.
Yep. Um.
But the media used to understand this. They used to be like, okay, we don't want to spread misinformation, right?
Right.
Even
Well, the problem is everything has become so fast because of the internet that they're so financially incentivized to like get the story out.
right. Well, and I mean, they actively do spread misinformation. The mainstream media has become activists for fighting racism.
Right.
So they want to suppress any information that's going to create negative stereotypes of marginalized people. And they look for any story that they can shame white people into not being racist.
Hmm.
So,
Jason Huang says, off topic, last stream you said you were fine with the US killing traffickers in other countries. A lot of illegal guns and drugs come into Canada from the US. Would you be okay with Canada striking traffickers on US soil then? So if there are, yeah, if there's a lot of illegal guns and drugs coming into Canada from the US and the Canadian government is like, hey, US government, work with us to stop this and we'll give you, the coordinates and where people are doing this. And if the US government said, fuck you, Canada, we're not going to help you, then I would be fine with Canada doing that. Now, I imagine that's not the case. I imagine the US government is working with Canada to stop that action. The problem is in a lot of these South American countries, the governments can be very heavily tied into cartel behavior. And so they, are corrupt in such a way that they'll, don't work to stop it. So,
Canadians drone striking American citizens. No, they can't do it. They, they,
there you go.
but look, you spelled it out. Obviously, we're going to cooperate with the Canadian
Well,
government to get those
obviously, Adam, the
traffickers. Yeah.
people that are trafficking the drugs and guns in the Canada from America are not American. They're illegals, right?
Oh,
So that makes it okay.
maybe. Obviously,
Earthmas
we
says,
want due process and all that good stuff, right?
yeah. Earthmas says, I appreciate and agree with the desire not to collect wounds, but it's abundantly clear that the overwhelming majority of violence in recent history has come from the left. Ignoring this doesn't help solve the problem. That's why I said I do think the left needs to make the first move in this situation. That's why I agree. I agree with that position to some extent. So, Dr. Diller says every time we lose someone willing to do politics the right way, regardless of the message, we are all worse for it. Ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Very true. Sala says last week when I talked about the Discord argument, I didn't tell the full extent of it. They were also saying Nazis need to be killed. And yes, I clarified they meant Trump supporters by Nazis. I left that server yesterday. There you go. Very, very, very dark, very bad.
Well, can you, how do you, I guess it's difficult to change someone's mind once they're already there.
Right.
It's the cork in the bottle situation.
Do the
So
Daryl Davis technique. Yeah.
maybe the leave thing is
Right.
just the right course of action.
Well, that's part of the issue too, is that with sort of the way the internet's working, I think a lot of people who are very politically active, they only probably interact with and are friends with people of their political side because they can be because on the internet. So
That's how it's structured. Yeah. Why would you
yeah,
be friends with someone who's not on your political side?
right. And if you're not friends with someone on their side, how do you know that they're like not evil? So, but then again,
S-
obviously there are people that have family members like this and they're still brainwashed. So it's not 100%.
I have a bunch of friends who have massive TDS.
Yeah.
So I have real friends that I care about, maybe even love, um, who just they're brain broken.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's easier for me to kind of empathize with these people who are just fucking delusional,
Yeah.
crazy delusional.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I feel like, okay, well, look, you believe things that are not true. And there's no amount of evidence I can show you that will convince you that that you're wrong. Even look, they even have that Snopes article about the Fine People hoax, and they like look down to the little asterisk some people have interpreted.
Yeah, I know.
It's
It's terrible. Yeah.
it's like they go for anything. They just the cognitive dissonance is too much. What? I believe this thing that's untrue for 10 years? Get the fuck out of here. It was on the media every day.
Yeah. Death by Sloth says, what is scary is so many are retreating to the meta framework of, quote, the left and the, quote, right, de-individuating both themselves and their opponent, demanding the others become better. But how does an aggregate prove improvement? Yeah, that's a good point. An aggregate can't improve. Individuals can't improve. And that's why individualism and liberalism is the most based ideology. That's true. That is and it's so often like that's how so much of the violence and the rhetoric and insanity starts is we all fall back into the collective amorphous blob categories that we can use to demonize others. So,
Yeah, it sucks because even if you point to any improvement, you're like, this guy's on the right and he improved. There's a, but what about this guy over here who's a big
yeah.
fucking piece of shit and hasn't improved at all? It's like, what? Everyone? It's got to be a unanimous improvement?
Hmm.
Everyone has to improve simultaneously at once? I mean, that's never going to happen.
Right. Dr. Euler says there's some real follows? Or did you mean gallows? Real follows humor in that I had a sponsor tweet for fire failing half the college campuses over their censorship directly above the video of Charlie Kirk being shot.
Oh, they
I,
all
doc-
wanted censorship? Yeah.
I think there's some real gallows humor in that I had a sponsored tweet for fire calling failing half. I don't feel like there's some mistypes here. Half the college campuses over their censorship directly above the video of Kirk being shot. Yeah, that's true. Dr. Lufrano says, I worry Trump's childish refusal to ever be the better man prevents these awful things from closing wounds by riling up the left. I cannot wait until he's done with politics. I mean, we'll see. Again, you sent that before. I think we read his comment. So his comment seems good. Hopefully, we can hope that it'll stay in that vein, that tone of Trump being a leader and pushing for people to calm down and to not be violent. So, Arithmus says, Sitch, please make more predictions about how violence will be necessary for left wing pundits to change their tune. Your track record for accurate predictions is abysmal. So I feel it can only help the situation. That's fair.
Sometimes that's good.
Sometimes it's good. There you go. Well, Murphy's Law of the situation. Earthmiss says, I don't support doxing people and getting them fired as a rule, but if you have your employer list in your bio of your accounts and you use to cheer on political violence, I have no fucks to give if you get fired.
Yeah, you're kind of brazen at that point, aren't you?
Yeah. Um,
Wouldn't you want to see Brianna Greyjoy and Robbie go at each other on this one, though? Oh my God, she's got to be
oh
so
God, that would have been
insufferable.
amazing. That would have been amazing. Mr. Bacraz says, this is a huge deal to the kids. My 18-year-old son and all his friends were upset by Charlie's death. My 16-year-old daughter and her boyfriend were talking about it yesterday. He was more impactful to the youth than I knew. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Hmm.
Simon O'Leary says 10 a.m. news segment on Normie New Zealand music radio station about Charlie Kirk. Quote, political violence may come to New Zealand from diverse language, says expert. Or I'm sorry, from divisive language, says expert. Quote, language like being anti-woke. Just heard that. My country is the most woke
Oh, oh
country.
my
Best class is
God.
best class. Jesus, that's
Holy
insane.
fucking shit. Holy
New
shit. They're going to
Zealand.
blame it. They're still going to blame it on the right. They're
That
going
is
to go
terrible.
around and call everyone fascists and Nazis, but then they're going to say, oh, this divisive nature is coming from them calling us, from them being anti woke. It's from
Right.
them calling us woke.
Right.
Woke.
Insane.
Oh my God. Who got fired for being called woke?
Insensitive says, great black pill stream, guys. Awesome content. You're welcome.
It's look,
Say,
don't be blackpilled. Come on, let's at least wait for some other. Let's wait a couple weeks. This could
we'll see
turn
how it plays
around.
out. It could. Sade Ray says, does advocating for abortion, supporting Israel and Ukraine, or expelling migrants count as supporting political violence?
Is
No, I
that
mean, none of those
straighter
things.
aid? Is that the straighter aid? I
No, I
keep
said Sade Raid.
Oh,
Sade Raid,
Seder
not
aid.
Straighter Raid. Yeah.
Okay.
Sade
Sounds
Raid
very
is a
similar
super
though.
chats somewhat frequently. But No, I'd say no. None of those things count as supporting political violence. Now, you could advocate for doing those things in a way that supports political violence, but simply supporting any of those topics just generally does not equate to supporting political violence.
The
Drew
the
the dog.
the I I was getting into it on Twitter with some guy who was just saying, "Oh yeah, the right is categorically more violent than the left," and you could not convince him otherwise. And that story about blaming the right for the divisiveness and completely not being able to accept their part in it just plays into that. They believe that the right is just completely irredeemable. They
Yeah.
can't fathom that they've had any kind of role in this.
Well, you know what would be a good move? Sammy suggests this to me. I don't think it's going to happen because it really relies on Hassan not being a shithead, which is very difficult, obviously.
That's a
Yeah,
tall order.
the tall order. But, and it's unfortunate that of all the people in the world, it falls on Hassan to do this. But I do think if Hassan did do this, which would be great, and I think it would definitely help things. I don't think he's going to do it because, again, he's a piece of shit, generally, is because he was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk, would be if instead he goes to that time slot they're supposed to debate and, participates in some sort of nice memorial for Charlie Kirk. I think that would be very helpful to the country.
That would go a long way. And it's hard for me to imagine Hassan would ever do that because his audience would completely abandon him.
Yeah.
They would just say, "Oh my God, you're the biggest cuck in the world. Fuck you."
Yeah.
His audience is a bloodthirsty audience. That's his audience.
Yep. No, as I'm saying, it's unfortunate it falls on Hassan's shoulders to engage in that. Though, I mean, maybe it would just be good for a lot of left wing and right wing politicians and left wing and right wing commentators and political pundits to come together to do a memorial service for Charlie Kirk would be, I think, very good.
Yeah, look, if Hassan actually did that though, he might work himself into the Joe Rogan of the left position.
That's
Like
true.
he might
That's true.
he might win over a bunch of fucking left wing normies
Yeah.
and be able to tell that audience, that bloodthirsty audience, to take a hike.
If you could just convince Hassan for his own self interest,
Yes,
he should do
exactly.
it. You would then you could convince him to do it. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Maybe Anna can convince Jank, and Jank can convince
There you
Hassan,
go.
and
There you go.
Hassan can actually do the right thing
For the wrong reasons, he'll do the
for the
right thing.
totally wrong reasons, not because
Right.
it's a moral thing to do it
Wow.
because he will become the Joe Rogan of the left and make Destiny look bad.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Drew the Dogman says time for institutional oppression of the far left. If by institutional oppression you mean like kicking all the far left ideology out of the institutions, yes, 100%. Get them out of there.
Well, within the bounds of the law, obviously.
Yeah,
The
obviously.
the thing is, the left is going to be calling whatever you do within the bounds of the law fascist anyway. So the impetus to actually make it a little fascisty, I think, is dangerous, right?
Right.
A lot of people go, "Oh, they're calling me fascist anyway, so I might as well just be a fucking fascist."
True.
Yeah.
Sammy says, could I super chat Hassan? How much would get his attention?
I don't know if he does the super chat thing, so I don't really know the situation, but
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder if I think Anna has burned the bridge with this. So I don't know that Anna can have a
You gotta get
conversation
Jank
with.
to do it. That's the real
Yeah,
way.
exactly. But Anna
Yeah.
definitely is
Right.
besties with Jank, and Jank is on good speaking terms, I would assume, still
Right.
with his nephew, is it?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be the route. That would be the route to go.
Forrest for 15 months says, is there any situation or point at which the right has the right to defend itself if left wing violence increases its frequency and intensity? Of course. What do you mean? America, this is, first of all, you're framing it incorrectly. If violence in the country increases, people have a right to defend themselves to stop the violence legally. Yes. If you're
Yeah, self
asking,
defense.
right, if you're asking does the right have a, now you're not saying this, but I like inherent in the way you're framing this, right? If you're asking, does the right have the justification, you know, just start randomly attacking people, then no. But guess what? Donald Trump's president, the right controls the federal government. They're in a good position to use legal means, to stop uh, violence if it continues to occur. So,
The only one guilty here is the guy that took the shot, and he's definitely facing. I mean, they want to put him in front of a firing squad. Evidently, firing squads are allowed in Utah. So,
oh, really? Okay. Wow.
yeah,
That'd be
the
nice. Yeah.
yeah. So, look, a public. It might be time for a public execution.
Right, right, right. Joshua says Hassan interviewed Houthi, show terrorist propaganda, praise 9/11. Should do a judge and get a warrant, fined $1, sent to terrorist organization to go to jail for literal treason. Yeah, listen, as I said, I do not think Hassan is going to engage in doing that behavior. So, but it was a nice idea. It was a nice idea. I think it's, as I said, what you could do instead of Hassan doing it, because it's probably not going to happen, would be for other, uh, you know, commentators on the left and the right to come together, whether on that day or some other day, to in person do some sort of memorial service
Well,
and
there
push
is
against Charlie
obviously
Kirk and push against, I'm sorry, push against political violence and stuff would be very good.
there is obviously going to be services for Charlie Kirk, and it'll be interesting to see who shows up. Like, obviously, Obama and Biden made statements, but I
Right.
mean, they could literally, Obama, I'm sure, could be at the services.
Yes. Yeah, that would be, I think, very helpful. But
Yeah.
as I said, I think it would be very helpful if there was a huge amount of left wing political commentators and right wing political commentators that went to Charlie Kirk's funeral or held their own memorial service where they all talked about, how we're a country of laws and free speech and this political violence shouldn't be tolerated. And everyone could see that. And it was like a big event. I do think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, you said it perfect when you talked about the McCain situation, because it really is the optics of it. I mean, all of they're totally fascists fall away when they're sitting together
Yeah.
and at Charlie Kirk's funeral and
Yeah.
being civil and all that kind of stuff.
And then also you could very easily see who are the bad actors because they're going to be ones watching the stream of that service and saying, fuck these people for sitting down and defending Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
So,
and those people are the people that we.
right. Joshua says, Sitch, I think Hassan has already given terrorist organizations money. Well, I think anyone yep, I mean, listen, you're probably right. And I assume anyone that's given any money to any Palestinian cause is either wittingly or unwittingly given terrorist money. So if there's now is that justification for him to go to jail, I'm not sure how the law on that works, but I have to know exactly what he was doing.
I think the doxing thing was justification. I think he broke some criminal statutes there in California when he
Well,
took the
yes,
doxing stream. So
that's true. Hassan should
there's
100% get in
already
trouble
stuff
for
on
doxing and
fucking
stuff. That's true.
Hassan.
I think he should get in trouble for, I mean, I don't know, legal trouble. We should definitely be kicked off of Twitch for the constant promoting of terrorism, which is fucking batshit crazy. So, anyways, thank you all for coming. Oh, Ace for $5 says Ezra
Ace
Klein of all
is
people.
that's
There's
not the
Ace.
real ace, is it? I think
Oh, I don't know.
there's
What's the real
two
username?
aces.
There's
I
two
guess we'll
Aces.
find out when we read it, right?
Ezra Klein of all people wrote a good eulogy on Kirk, according to me at least. Sure as hell better than Trump's. Well,
Okay,
there you
so
go.
that's a real ace.
Yes. But well, thank you guys for coming. Thank you for your crazy explanations. I know it's definitely a crazy time, a dark time. Do not let your depression or anger or darker emotions take hold of you. You will pull out of this. You'll pull forward. You will pull together, unite, and become stronger as people and as a country going forward.
Yeah, let's try to be optimistic until things actually get worse. Okay. And not
There you go.
dwell on what we cannot change, and
Yes.
try to focus on what we can, the people in our
Yes.
lives that actually matter. So
Let us hold in our own hearts, at the very least, in our own hearts, that Charlie Kirk's message of political change through speech and anti-violence
Yeah.
to be, to be the way that we have going forward, and to not, mar his memory and everything he stood for by, giving into our lesser demons.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's a good message. I guess we'll leave it there. We'll see you guys on Sunday. We have a great
See you
show
guys
planned
later.
for you on Sunday.